Hi guys. I was just in a audio message with my mom. Wrong chair. Ah. Ah. I'm still a little bit startled actually, or shocked, or whatever you can call it. Um, we're just we just started talking normally, but then the topic sort of switched, and we talked about some people in the family, um, and uh, it doesn't it sounds like to me, it sounds like they're already in depression and definitely need help, and specifically therapy. And um it's I'm not there. I have so many skills, right? But I'm just not there. And I'm worrying for these people, and or for that person. So I sort of I try to give her the best advice I have. But yeah, I wonder if that's a thing which can be done, or if therapy is gonna a thing which will be realized. Um, yeah, it's I wasn't able to hear the full message, so I still have 10 minutes to go. And I'm gonna listen to it later. But yeah, this was really new information to me. I did know that family member isn't doing too well. But I didn't have this much of a detailed insight, let's say. Um, and yeah, it seems like I'm not super close to that family member, but definitely close. Um, yeah, and it really seems like they need help. Like they're are pretty already pretty down in the downward spiral, and uh, yeah, there's major symptoms of depression already. Um, from what I can tell. And yeah, that's worrying me. But we'll see how it goes, I guess. I mean, having the skill in the family must help somehow, right? Maybe I'm gonna visit them in Germany or something and try to be there physically. We'll see. Anyways, and thank you, Asta. I appreciate the connection. Yeah. So hi everybody, and I'm glad you're here. I know this is well, an odd start to the stream, I guess, or not as positive start to the stream, right? But it just goes to show how mental health problems are really common nowadays, right? And it's maybe not even nowadays, we can't really tell if it's more than before because of how statistics are measured, and how it also changed with the awareness of mental health, right? But I feel like there's a lot of people struggling right now, especially with the sort of news situation, and sort of the global situation of how people are worrying about a war, are already in a war, family members being in a war, or just all the bad news about government decisions and stuff like this. So yeah, welcome Eldoradogs, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? So how's everybody doing? Like Judith and Esther and Grumpy. I struggled last year with health anxiety. That's tough. But you're not struggling anymore? You got out of it? Like, that would be great news. Don't worry, Esther. Typo happened. Can't relate, but I think I know the feeling. Yeah. Judith, nowadays we have more vocabulary to utter if something hurts. Yeah, maybe. I think there's also more space, right, than before. And a more space also to be concerned with those problems, right? Like back in the day when we like didn't know if we were gonna have like food on the dinner table, you know? I feel like depression might have not been our most pressing issue, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like being concerned about your mental health is essentially something which um can only start if your basic needs like food, water are like fulfilled, right? Um because otherwise you would probably like not be concerned with your mental health but with your physical health. Even though you probably also have mental health issues. Like I'm not saying you don't, but it's just like not the thing where we're like, "Oh no, that needs to change first." But it's like give that person food and water, please. Now you're better than ever. It was a blessing in disguise. I'm glad to hear. How did you get over it, if you care to share? I feel like these like positive stories can be like really, really nice to hear. And also thank you for the follow. Sorry guys, I still need to eat because I was doing the audio, right? No carnival started. Oh, I'm craving for a burger, but you can't eat solid food. It's gonna be even nicer once you can again. Let's just cling on that hope. But I get it. Like it's so annoying. Like honestly, I couldn't imagine like eating like going so long without like being able to eat solid food. Like eating crunchy food is like so much of like a quality of life thing for me. Like I'm like even this, right? Like it's toasted, like it's crunchy. Like like just eating liquid food. Oh my god. Yeah, going insane for a week. I seek professional help. Amazing. That's really good. And you had a great family member who helped as well. Oh, that's so nice. How did the family member help you? Like, what is the most valuable thing they offered you essentially in terms of support? Like, I know this is like a very, I don't know, like a very tough question maybe. Um, but I feel like I don't know, it would be like so interesting to me just in terms of because we sometimes think that I feel like that we like can't offer much help and then at the end it's like the most little things which were seen as the most support, if you know what I mean. Hmm. Hmm. How do you feel about like your general emotional level, Grumpy? Like not just negative emotions, but also just Like, what do you feel on like a regular day? Like, are you able to laugh like you used to? Like, really wholeheartedly and just being like super happy in the moment? Hmm. So essentially, he gave you hope, right? With just saying, like, hey, it's gonna be fine. Like, they're gonna help you, gonna get better. Like, helping you to see perspective and a better future and like sticking through it because you know there's gonna be something good at the and then supporting you to be able to go through it financially. That's really nice. You laugh when you're on your own, but not with other people. Hmm. How do you think about society grumpy? Hmm. Hmm. I feel I'm more guarded. Yeah. Hmm. I feel like it's maybe then like this like feeling that you have of being like maybe desensitized to sad things or like used to the abuse or emotionally exhausted. Maybe it's a bit that you maybe like disconnected from society because you don't believe in the good in people. Feel guarded next to people because you don't expect good things from others. And like you're fine on your own, but if you're sort of like part of society, there's like a certain level of like anxiety maybe and just not feeling with others. Like, do you think that description sort of fits? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, are you able to be like and just like laugh and feel safe with this handful of people? Or are these like handful of people online? Hmm. Thank you for the follow and welcome. This turned into a breakfast stream. Like Jenny's. I just realized now. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, that seems really nice. Mm. So when do you notice that you're desensitized to sad things? Like, are you able to relate to a sad level, like on a like with about sad emotions to these like handful of people? Mm. So you say that you're desensitized to like sad things, right? So essentially, what I'm trying to figure out is if you're desensitized to sad things on a general level, like with everybody in any situation, or if you're only desensitized to sad things if they're not within your like circle of friends and yourself. You lost 5 kilos in a week, Asta? Damn. Wow. Yeah. And with like struggling to trust people and that why you got it, Asta. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, it also always depends. Like, you can be guarded and you be sort of like rejecting to everybody around you. Like, if you're just like taking things slow and you make sure you're safe, that's like one thing, right? If you're like just rejecting everybody, another. Hmm. Hi, Navandra. Hi, Faker Mink. Oh, you are Kumar? All right, all right. I mean, you can still like in the Discord, you can still like put in the um like if you did already sort of like an introduction thing, maybe you can like edit the message and say like former Kumar something. But yeah, how are you two doing? And how am I doing? Mm. I feel like physically really good. Um, like I feel like I have energy and stuff like this. Uh, but there's a lot of things on my mind. So we had like friends over yesterday, and I noticed how like some of the things we were talking about were sort of like I guess like triggering some of my like I guess like my sensitive spots, you know. Um, and I'm sort of like considering like or like I'm sort of like, ah, okay, like that's so I had to think about it today morning and made up my mind that like because like when I noticed like it's like influencing me and I'm like still thinking about it, I was like, okay, I gotta say something about something, you know. um, and so just the next time we're gonna see each other, I'm gonna like sort of like quickly bring it up but like that's not really like a big issue. Like I think it's gonna be like entirely fine. And uh, then it's also just like a tiny bit of like anxiety, um, because how that's like sensitive to me. Um, but when are you like not scared at all? Like that just sort of, you know, it's all right. And then the other thing why I'm like actually, and that's like more pressing matter on my mind, I guess, is that like one of my family members is like mentally not doing well, and I was just informed of it like literally seconds before the stream. Um, and I didn't have that sort of information before. Like I thought they were doing all right. And now I got like so much information and they're not doing all right. And they definitely fulfill a lot of the criteria for depression. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, oh damn, okay, fuck. Like, how can I help? And like, how can I help from here? Because I like don't live close to home, right? Um, and I'm sort of like wondering, okay, like, is like, I don't know, like it's just like unlucky timing that it's like right before the stream because otherwise I would check like, okay, like, is there a way I can sort of like go to my family and like support them personally, and yeah, but so far I just sent a voice message and sort of I guess like try to explain how how you're able to help them and that therapy is like needs to be brought up as a topic. um yeah, so sort of interested to see how that goes. Like I know that the rest of my family is not entirely open to therapy, so I hope they take it serious. And I hope I'm going to be able to sort of like make my case with how important that situation is and how important it is to actually do something before it gets like too bad. Because as you all know, being mentally unstable is a really slippery slope, and if you don't do shit about it, it's just going to get worse and worse. So yeah, you can't change it for 2 months now as well. If you only recently changed it, I think for the first 48 hours or something, you can just re-roll the change and go back to your normal name. Because your normal name is gonna be like still like saved or protected for you or something. But I don't know how long ago you changed your name. But maybe like like check it out, see if you're still on time. I would say I can still feel sad, emotional, and the physical touch, which is normal around these people, but I do feel sad people and have it hard to trust. If anyone wrong me, I won't confront them. I just get them out of my life quickly and then quietly. I see. I mean, do you wanna it's like it's actually like important information, I guess. Is there anything you want to do about this? Like, is there anything you're worried about this? Or like you have questions about this? Because in the end, like you can choose to live your life how you want, right? Like if this is something where you're like, I'm like, this is actually the plan, like like I think this is like perfect. Um, then there's not really something to talk about, I guess. But like, is there like something specific you want to get out of this conversation? Like some specific question, or if this is maybe the right way to live, or if this could lead you to a worse place. Like, are you anxious about this or something? Hi, Tony. Miss Rose. Oh, how I come I'm Miss Rose? Aw, like the reason heavy for you. Yeah, but it's really. it also has been really good. I'm gonna explain that. But thank you so much. Really sweet of you. Went to therapy for the first time last year. I wish I went way sooner. Exactly. Exactly. Literally this. Like literally me. Yeah. It's like you just always go too late. Like you always think like, oh no, I need to have tried everything on my own. I need to have, like I need to know it's like an actual serious problem and everything. Like, no, it's bullshit. Like if therapy being available to you or not is sort of like that's the thing which is like important, right? But like therapists will tell you if they don't think they can help you or like shouldn't and stuff like this. But it's like we have like a lot of people which aren't doing fine. We have a lot of people who aren't going to therapy either, right? So we have a lot of people which aren't doing fine, but we can't help. So therapy spots like they're hard to get for sure, but at the same time, like if you're already feeling like a bit shit and you know that like therapy waiting list is like 6 months, there's a lot which can happen in 6 months. Like it's better to like go when you feel all right still, and then, like if you fixed it until then or after like 2 sessions, then you, first of all, didn't waste much time. You're, second of all, you're like way sooner like a productive like member of the society again. Like not only meaning in terms of like how you're able to work, right? But also just meaning like how you're able to be there for your friends, for your family, like that you like, like gonna be like a kind person in society. Um and at the same time, like if you were to fix it on your own until you get a place in therapy, you can always cancel, and then somebody else is gonna get it. So it's, I feel like this resistance we have to seeking out therapy is it's beyond me. It's so like we really need to like adjust the narrative in that way. I might shift to a new place to study, so then I won't be able to join lots of streams. So yeah. Just finding difficult to where to get my meds from. Mm. So, will you live alone then in that like study area place? Because that might be nice, Lavandro, right? Like then you have more freedom to like experience your feelings and care for yourself because you like live alone. I just don't want to stray from the real me. Feel I'm disconnecting from society. No, I mean, you say you think you sound like a like a sociopath. I think honestly you're right. I think you're like I hate to be that person, but I actually think you're absolutely right. I think you are like it sounds like you're disconnected from society. It sounds like you don't believe that there's anything good to gain from like talking to people and giving people a chance. And then you're like always sort of like preparing for the worst, and also not even preparing from the worst, but just like reject society. Like there can be this guy who like was bad with you, right? And it could be a positive experience. And at the same time, I do get that, like, like knowing that you're not into guys, it's like definitely like a different type of situations, but it wouldn't have to be like a negative situation, right? It could also be like, well, thanks, but like, I'm playing on a different team. Um, so I think it would be interesting to find out why you reject society. I think there's some type like of maybe like resentment or judgment where like maybe you're mad on society that there's not more happening and like not better progress, that people are like there must be like some assumptions about like the stereotypical person you have which make you reject them, sort of like no matter, and like don't really want to get to know them. So it would be interesting to find out why and see if that's actually true, right? No, it doesn't let me edit it anyway for 58 days. I like the name. No. No, I understand, Faker. Like, but I guess if you like tell everybody like, oh, I'm Kumar, or like if you notice like people don't recognize you, then like just being like quickly saying like, oh, I'm Kumar, by the way. Like now you know, right? Yeah, for sure, Asta. Exactly, like also taking this into account, right? Like the first therapist might actually not be a click for you. Like you might have to like look for another therapist. Then it's gonna take even longer, right? Oh my god, I just remembered a dream of mine. I had a dream today that I was looking a VOD of mine and the sound quality was absolutely garbage. It was so bad. Like I was screaming into the mic and everything was like capped out in terms of sound. And I just for a second I didn't recognize it was a dream and I was getting like so scared and being like, no, I didn't check for the sound quality. I didn't fix it yet. But it's like fine, right, guys? Like the sound quality is good, right? We'll be living lonely. I mean, that's a more negative picture of the situation. No. I mean, I think it's gonna be nice, Navandra, that you have your own space, and where you can take care of yourself. Because like from what I remember, like correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm misremembering, you were like living at your parents, right? And there was not really like a way how you could be like actually like take care of yourself properly because you always had to mask that everything is fine in front of them because you didn't want to tell them. So, I don't know, like if I'm remembering that correctly, I think it's really nice that you get your own place because then you can just be there for yourself, right? And you don't have to mask because masking takes energy, right? So if you have to do that for like a good part of your day, that will take a lot of energy away from you. And it's going to keep you from recharging energy as well, right? So it's not only taking away energy, but it's also like keeping you from getting energy back. You would get back otherwise. So that's just a thing where I think this is good news. Like I feel like okay, yeah, sometimes you're going to be lonely maybe, but at the same time you're going to be able to really do what you feel like doing. And I hope you're going to use that freedom in a good way. Like I hope you're going to just, make yourself something to eat without masking like everything is fine. And I hope you will use that space to give yourself more grace. Oh, good. Everything is fine. Nothing kept out. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Stream a nightmare for real. For real. Like, getting insane. It's like usually I don't remember my nightmares, so it's like it was really funny in this moment. Like I just looked at it and I was like, no. And then my head came in of like, this was a dream. I don't remember like doing that. Like this was a dream. Like this must have been a dream. But it's actually like getting dreams and like IRL memories right is sometimes actually sort of complicated for me because I remember stuff very visually. And because of that, the way I remember dreams is the same to me remembering IRL situations, right? Because I just remember sort of like a. Do you guys know this thing of like iPhones where they take okay, they could take a picture and then it's like a live, like it's like a quick video. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to advertise for for iPhone. I would never get another one. But it's just one of those things where like this is sort of how my memory works. Like it's like an image, but there's a bit more information. Like it's just sort of like a free image slideshow, sort of. Um, and this is the way I remember memories. So that way, sometimes like a dream can be like very similar to like a real life memory. Um, and then it takes me like it's usually like that a dream is not as detailed as a real life memory, and then I'm able to tell like, ah, yeah, okay, this was like this didn't happen, or when I have like no feeling of time connected to it, um, or if I don't have like more memories like this. So I'm like it's sort of like instead of it being like a free picture slideshow is like only a one picture, and then I'm sort of like I don't like I remember being like scared about the sound and the sound being bad, but I don't remember sitting at the PC or anywhere where I could get that information from, and then I know like okay, it's a dream. It's really interesting, right? You see colors in your dreams. I yeah. Is that odd? Do I see colors in my dream? Wait. Yeah? Like I thought yeah, but I'm not like I'm taking this way too serious, this question. I'm like I'm trying to figure out if I'm maybe like if I could like now say like oh yeah for sure I see colors, but I only see colors in things I've also seen in real life, and then my head is just auto completing colors. You know what I mean? Like this is sort of the question I ask myself. Like it's very yeah. A lot of the time when therapists see my diagnosis, they will be really honest and tell me they're not equipped to treat me. I mean, it's good that they tell you, right? So you don't waste more time on it. But at the same time, it must be like really annoying to just not easily find help. And thank you for the follow, Ghost. Welcome to the stream. Not sure that I will be living there or not. I guess I will be doing it. I think it could be nice, Navandra. Like, and you know, if you notice that it's like not good because you're like essentially like so that you're like feeling stuck with your negative emotions and negative thoughts, and there's like nobody else to get you out of them, then you can always stop, right? You can always go back. Countless people seeing their dreams are triggered by memories. I think like the dream, I was like pretty sure I see colors, was one where I dreamt of a person getting like hit by a car and then bleeding out. I have not seen. Okay, I might have seen it in a series or like a movie or something. That's fair. I only remember my dreams when I see baddies in them. Otherwise, not worth my energy. Oh my god, I love that. About dreams you guys won't believe. It's such a great dream. It was best dream of my life, I swear. And you also saw colors. Way too magnificent dream. I will never be able to forget the views, sceneries, and lots of the other stuff. Oh my god, that sounds so amazing. Maybe there's a way you can like paint that dream or like make a like poem about it or something. Because that seems like such a special memory. Hi, Aussie. Took me many years, but I finally got agreed to have PTSD. Oh, damn. Sometimes it's really hard to get the right diagnosis right. But I'm glad you finally did. How did the diagnosis help you? I mean, I will be there for 7 to 10 months only. I mean, it might be, yeah. I'm, I just, I need to stop. I think it could be really amazing, Lavandro, but I told you already. Like, I think it could be a really amazing opportunity to see how much energy you have actually when you don't waste energy on masking the entire time at home. And also to see how maybe you feel safer at home because your home is actually like turning into a safe place. Like, that would be really cool. And that can offer somebody a lot of strength and a lot of energy back. Oh my god. Imagine an apple in your brain. Do you imagine it's 3D? You taste it, but feel the texture in your brain. Like I imagine it is like as a 3D picture. Like you know what I mean? Like it's not like 2D. Like it's not a comic, you know? So it's like an IRL apple, but it's not like I don't have the feeling of it being 3D. I have the feeling of it being a picture, if that makes sense. But the thing is, I do smell it and sort of have this feeling of tasting it. Like there's like all the things of an apple are sort of like combined in that image, if that makes sense. I haven't built this yet, no. I have it since years. I really should. You've been hit by a car before? Oh my god. You don't bleed very much outside, but you get a lot of internal bruising. Yeah, like the sort of like the accident I had like I was watching in my dream was like it wasn't really logical. Like that person was hit by a car and like one part of the body flew that way and the other that way, you know, and then there was a lot of blood. But yeah. Hi Dragoon, welcome, welcome. You're here at the right time. Perfect timing. And I'm doing all right. I got some like heavy news from the family, but I think we'll manage. But I'm definitely worried for some people right now. Hmm. That's also fair, Navandro. I think that's really sweet, actually. Hmm. Wow. That sounds so amazing, Navandro. What the hell? Hmm. I see. Interesting. Hmm. Like, there's a lot of ideas about dreams. So, I don't, like, I haven't, like, read up about them personally. So, I actually don't know if there's sort of like a scientific consensus. Aka, thank you for the 5 stream streak. And welcome, welcome. Thank you, Drago. Oh, you guys heard it crunching? No. No way. No, 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 no. I'm so sorry, Asta. I just need to get the nutrients in. I wanted to like put something on my toast, but we just didn't have anything. No, it's just toast with butter and like salt. That's it. But yeah. How I'm doing, Raka? I'm doing fine. We got some like yeah, some bad news from the family. Um, but I think it's like I feel like I just want to trust that like being close to it must. Oh wait, I forgot to turn on the camera fan, and the camera was like overheating right now. But it should be fine in a few minutes. But yeah, I want to believe that like sort of like having all this knowledge and having gone through it myself, like then I'm gonna be able to help, right? So I I trust. Oh, that would be cool. Ghost Rider, sure. Same here, same here. Like I will see if I have to like mm, visit my family and be there in person or not. But yeah, will be interesting. Oh my god, that's crazy. I had a really weird nightmare when I was a teenager. It was so abstract, but it was utterly terrifying. The nightmare I had, and it was a reoccurring nightmare, was that I was standing in a white plane. Like there was no floor, there was no ceiling, there were no walls. It was just essentially like a 2D dream where like there's just white around me. And then there were like black lines coming in and just like whooshing past me, sort of like almost like hitting me every time, and I had to like watch out. And when they like where they went past, it was just black, like that area then. Like it was sort of like like faster and faster, like every like white spot just turned black. And in that moment where like it entirely turned dark, that was the moment I woke up. Um, yeah. Hmm. Oh, I hope so too, Asta. Maybe we can eat sooner or something. Man, but I'm glad you were here, and maybe we see each other after it. And hi, G-Force. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the dream is insane, right? Yeah. Yeah. But it's like, what is exactly now? What is the memory though? You know, like what the fuck? Like, is it's uh, it's 2D. It's not even this plane of existence. You know? Yeah, could be better. Oh, how come GeForce? What's going on? For me, it's actually quite fine. Like I feel like I have energy. I'm capable. Like I feel content. At the same time, I got like a few like bad messages, and there's a few things I'm um, worrying about like specific people in my family right now. but it's fine. Someone said ignorance is bliss. The smarter the person is, the more worried, depressed, etc. I wouldn't say that. I feel like the smarter you are, the more likely you are to be like easier detached from your feelings and be more of this like intellectualizing person and just using intellectualizing and rationalizing as a coping mechanism, and like trying to solve all your problems through that. And when your problem then is being connected to your body and being connected to your emotions, it doesn't properly work, right? um but I don't think that smart people have to be like worse off than dumb people. I don't think that's the case. I think we can like learn to be connected to our bodies, learn to be connected to our emotions, and take proper care of ourselves just like anybody else. And at the same time, we're like, I feel like, like we might be like easier to, might be, I don't know if there's any actual data on that, but we might be easier to like become depressed and stuff like this, but like more easily. But we also have this skill to get out of it, right? Because we're smart. And that's just, you know what I mean? Like I think we're equipped with the skills to get out of there as well. I just feel like it can be maybe like more volatile, you know? Because there's like, I feel like because of how smartness is valued and described in our world, it can be hard to take wisdom from other people if you're smart and they seem less smart objectively, you know? Even though wisdom is not really connected to IQ, but intelligence is. So I don't know. I feel like it can be sometimes like harder because there's maybe, so for example, I'm like I'm gifted, and what I found is that it can be really hard for me to connect to other people just because I think very differently. And because society told me that like being smart is better, it's also one of those ways where like I had to gain essentially this like respect for wisdom, because I thought wisdom comes with intelligence, but it doesn't. So whenever I like was at like a like with my first psychologist, for example, um, I wasn't able to take any like help from her because I just thought she's like dumber than me and she can't fix my problems, because her solutions seemed just not intellectual enough and it can't be that easy, right? And it wasn't like I couldn't connect with her over how intellectual my problems are, if that makes sense, and like in how much of a like mental dilemma I was. And then I found my second therapist and he was able to match that. um and then I felt understood, and with feeling understood I was able to trust him and then actually take in the wisdom he had. So I I don't think any generalized statements are helping us anyway. So I don't think this generalized statement of like, oh, like smart people have it worse, just like period, point blank, like it's gonna help us, because it's essentially like it's only a statement which gives you more reason to give up and not more reason to try, right? And like most generalized statements are. And that's just, I don't know. So I don't think it's valuable, because I don't think it's really helpful. But at the same time, I wouldn't believe in it. I personally don't. So like even if it's true, I don't think believing in it helps. Mm, Mm. I see G-force. G-force, have you ever tried to like figure out the best way you can rest and regain energy? Because sometimes this is something we can optimize, and like especially if you're a person who has just like less of a capacity, I guess, right? Because of the antipsychotics, it might be useful to look into that. Like I feel like for me, it's like a very important factor of like how I can do the things I want. Because I have like chronic headache, right? So I have chronic pain, and that's taking a bunch of energy for sure. And the way like I managed it back then was like so much worse than how I manage it today. And like today I have like way more energy because of how meticulously I take care of like getting my needs fulfilled, resting on time, like before things get like actually bad, and like trying to find out what are the best methods of resting, if that makes sense. Hi, Ariane. Big request for you. Maybe we can talk after the stream. Oh, for sure. You wanna like if it's like you can also like come over, you know, and like if the worries are connected to the apartment, like you guys can just like walk here and like chill here. If that helps or like anything else, like you don't have to wait to the end of the stream with like being here. Oh, did you hear the answer, GeForce, to your message, or did you have like ads or something? I see your point, but statistically, people are more insightful to say, for example, worry about things more than the rest who just says it's whatever, and to say I don't mean it in any toxic, hurtful way. People are more insightful to say, for example, worry about things more than the rest who just say it's whatever. I would love to see the statistic because I think it's really important to look at the wording here, what the statistic actually says. Because insightful in that, like being like, so for example, if you phrase it like this, statistically, people who worry about things are like more likely to like be depressed or whatever than people who say just whatever. Could be just like essentially saying people who are anxious are more likely to be depressed than people who are not anxious, right? So that's why I would really like to see the like specific study or statistic if you have it. Or if you can find it, that would be amazing. Visited the gemeente and the fire department today, but our building is basically a big bomb, so the anxieties are spiking right now. Yeah, come over then. Like, why are you wanting to wait to the end of the stream? Are you insane? Like, come over right away. Like, we have a bed. Like, pack your shit and come here. Like, you can stay here for a couple days. Like, honestly, I'm excited. Like, it's this big sleepover, and I don't want my new friends to die. Like, this is like Zach is gonna be fine with this for sure. Like, I'm not kidding right now. Like, I'm low key excited for the big sleepover, and I'm also excited that you guys are not like dying and shit, right? So you know what? I this is this is perfect. Sorry. Like apart from your experience right now, this is perfect because then I can try if I'm allergic to cats. And how allergic I am to cats. Like to be like really good egoistic in that moment. For a second. Bring your cats. Yes. Bring them. Please. Yeah. Guys, we just adopted 2 people and 2 cats. Isn't it happy? Oh my god. Yes. So come over, guys. Like I'm here, I'm gonna open the door. Like just pack your shit, come here. For sure. And yeah, like maybe like we just have like two PCs. So like pack whatever you need to work, right? Because like on the days where like Zach is in office, like you for sure could use the PC. But like on the days where he isn't, I guess you could use my PC then. So there's like one PC we can like lend out, if that makes sense. But I maybe also want to game sometime. And then I don't want to lend out my PC. But also we have two laptops. But yeah. So no worrying, listen. And then welcome to the stream. If want, maybe we just grab some stuff for now tonight and then make a plan from there. I mean, yeah. Just, I mean, you can always like, like take some like stuff and more and get it like later, right? Like as long as the apartment doesn't burn down. But you know, you technically you can always grab more later on. So just make sure that you like grab like clothes. And then like we have a blanket. You need to share a bed, sorry. And like it's only like 140, so it's like sorry guys. But we have a blanket. We have multiple blankets if it's necessary. We definitely have enough like pillows. We definitely have enough towels. Um And yeah, we have definitely like enough glasses, plates, everything like that. That's absolutely no worries. We have nothing for cats, right? So like, please bring stuff so they don't take my couch apart. That would be amazing. And their toilet. Um, and yeah, whatever the cats need. Like, we have nothing for cats. So like, whatever like you need to like freshen up their toilet and stuff like this, and the food and that shit, you know. Um, And then only like the stuff you need to walk and you should be good. Yeah. All right. But yeah, so I'm here. So what like however long you take, doesn't really matter. Just like once you're finished, come over and ring the bell. So I'm really sorry for the apartment, but I'm excited. Like, I'm just like, it's a sleepover. Yeah. I'm gonna text Zach so that he's warned. Hi, I just wanted to inform you, I just adopted Ari and Ying and their cats. So, you know, like it's a sleepover. Um, so they're gonna come over and be at our place. Apparently their apartment is a bomb. So, yeah. It's fine, Ari. It's fine. Like this stuff is important. I think everybody understands if your apartment is a bomb, then the question if you can take over has sort of priority in chat. So, yeah. So just grab your stuff and come over. Don't forget the food which would rot in your fridge, though, please. That would be disgusting. Mm. Okay. I'm new to the chat. I'm not equipped for that last sentence. Oh, which last sentence you mean? Okay, guys, I'm gonna like clear up the. I'm gonna clear up the misunderstanding real quick. So the situation is like Ari and Ying are friends from us in real life, and we just sort of like gotten to know them. But their apartment is a like everything was done by like non-professionals. Like the entire building essentially they live in. So they had like an electrician there like yesterday or something. and the electrician, like this was the first professional electrician in that building since ages. And the that person essentially told them, like, in all my years, like this is the biggest fire hazard I have ever seen. Um, and now they also went to the gemeente, which is essentially like the city government or whatever, like the city place, like the city officials. I don't know. And also the fire department, and they essentially said like that their apartment is like a bomb, like it's gonna be like gone like this, and like there's no chance. So anxieties are high, and that's why Ari asked if they can like come over. So like we're gonna like put a bed in our like extra room here, and they're gonna just like stay with us until there is a solution found. Um, and also gonna bring their cats. And I might be allergic to cats. I don't know yet. And we were actually talking about like me spending time at their place to like see if I'm allergic to cats. So now the cats are gonna spend time at my place. Don't need to go anywhere, and I'm gonna see if I'm allergic to them. And I'll bring the antihistamines. That's a good point. That's good. And exactly. So this is the situation right now. And that's why I'm saying like this, like there like no worries, like this has priority right now. Because yeah, I don't want my friends to die, obviously. But so I think like all questions answered with that. Like everybody knows what's happening and why we sort of like put a hold on the conversation. Good, because then I'm gonna go back to the conversation. Because I have a lot of messages to read still. Despite my experience with a very traumatizing therapist experience, I have encountered the religious homophobic therapist that kept taking stress smoke breaks, and how he threatened me to use all his power to get me locked up in a mental institution. I've written a smut not long ago about a therapist. Damn. Like, that's insane, Grumpy. Is that common where you live? Like, is that like I sort of like hope this is like an edge case and like doesn't happen usually, because that's really insane. Like therapists, like sort of like Esther said, like therapists should tell if they're not qualified to help you with something. Like there's like for sure there's going to be like people like religious, people are homophobic, even in like in therapists for sure. But they should have like they should just say that they don't want to help you. Like it's that's fucked up. So I'm really sorry you had that experience, and it sucks ass, and it shouldn't be that way. Like the responsibility they have, they should be aware of that responsibility and carry it properly. I've gone a long way when it comes how to deal with it. Also, I talk about it with many healthcare professionals and expert by experience. There's not much I can do about it, to be honest. I've tried many things. I see. What happened to the going down with the medication, G-force? Like there was, I remember when you like came in here, you said like you were like so happy about like lowering the dose of the medication because that way you would be like less tired. What happened to that plan? Like, is it not possible anymore? Or Utrecht incident 2.0, what is that? Can the non like can the Dutch inform the non-Dutch, please? The city place. I'm American. We have the same thing sometimes. Yeah, it's Like it's really insane, right? Like I really thought like when they so we only got to know them recently. um oh no. I'm gonna send it instead. Damn. Explosion and fire and vicious steak. Thankfully nobody died, actually. It was just 4 people who had like minor injuries. Damn. But the picture is crazy. Like there is nothing. I don't even know where the house was supposed to be. And they like the officials just told you that? Damn. That's um I heard it from Dr. K. Here it is. Take everyone with depression and anxiety. They spend more time in their head, more than an average person who doesn't have depression and anxiety. The saying dumb people are happy means they lack intellectual capacity to have existential dread. There are data to support the higher your IQ is, the more likely you are to be depressed. This is but this is not something I said against, right? Like I agreed that the I think that it can definitely be the case that if like the higher your IQ is, you're more likely to become depressed. But it doesn't mean that you're just that you like have to be depressed your entire life or that like you just have to be worse off. Because I don't know if I'm gonna have that message still. Because is the distinction I wanted to make. No, I don't think I have that message anymore. I think it's too long ago. Oh, wait, maybe. But yeah, no. So, but yeah, that's the thing. Like, definitely, like you're maybe more likely to become depressed. Also, like because you're intellectualizing everything, and you're more likely to be like further away from your emotions, right? Because you're so much in your head. This is exactly what I said. And the thing is, though, you don't need to maintain that way. Like, you don't need to stay that way. Like, you can learn how to be connected to your emotions. You can learn how to be connected to your body and how to take proper care of you. So it's not your fate to suffer just because you're smart, right? Like, it essentially just means that there's like you're more likely to be like further away from your emotions. And then the other thing I said was I don't know if you remember was that how did I phrase it? Um then it's like it's going to be like harder to find a therapist, and how society phrases intelligence and smartness, it might be harder to actually take wisdom from other people, because we always phrase intelligence as something like if you're smarter then you're better than others, and it's like the ultimate thing. And if we phrase it that way, you're less likely to take wisdom from a person who's less smart than you. So that means there's less people on this planet you learn from and you take advice from. And that's the thing. Like, this is also why I brought up the example of me going to my first therapist. and not being able to take any of her advice because the advice seemed just so simple and I just couldn't believe it. Like I was not able to take it. And then with my second therapist, I talked to him and he was able to match me on the intellectual level and understand how I'm like in this like mental dilemma. And then I gained the trust to essentially like trust his like how he's fixing things as well and like what's going to help me or not, even though it might be simple, right? So this is essentially what I said. Like the distinction is like maybe you're more likely to like intellectualize, be further away from your emotions, and that makes things like depression like easier. Also, like you're less likely to connect to other people because there's this like thing between you guys, right? Um, but you also have the skill to get out of it. And so it's not a thing of like, oh, like, you know, like dumb people are happy and smart people are just like suffering. That doesn't need to be the case. Like, it's not a situation where you're just meant to suffer your entire life and you can never get out of it. And this is also why I pointed out that like generalized statements like these are not helping you to actually like work on something, but are only helping you to cling on to the despair and actually not try, right? I was a bit optimistic and too early to. Oh, Fluffy, thank you for the 30 streams, Drake. I wanted to appreciate that. I was a bit optimistic and too early to draw conclusions. Yes, I did make a lot of progress thanks to lowering the dosage. Like, I can experience feelings. It takes a couple of months to make up the balance. I see, G-Force. Well, is there sort of like, is there any progress which is planned, or like how is the treatment gonna progress? Apparently, our gas pump has a proper ring that basically guns to the electricity. Yeah, easy fix. Just see yourself as the dumbest person. Yeah. So this is why. So this is the thing I wanted to point out, Drago, right? Because I think it's like it's important, right, to make the distinction that, like, for example, like you say, like there may be like more likely to become depression, but then like put like taking that statement and making it the same as to, for example, like dumb people are happy would then also mean like smart people are suffering, like they're unhappy, and that doesn't need to be the case. So this is the thing I had to, like put the point on because it's important. Because if we don't think that there's like a good solution to this, and if we just like think like, oh, like we're smart, we're just gonna end up suffering anyway, and like we're always gonna keep suffering. There's also like no motivation really to change, right? Or like to work on not suffering anymore. So this is why I think it's like so important to see both sides to this. And this is honestly like the only way, the only thing I tried to say at least. I also like now just like mainly repeated what I was saying. I mean, how are you doing, by the way, Lucin? Is there any way we can help you or any topic which is important to you? I don't know why protein shakes taste so disgusting. Really sad. Why is there not a good protein shake? Is it that hard? Like, it can't be that hard, right? And hi, Nate. Welcome, welcome. Fighting the good fight. I'm kidding. I'm sitting in a chair. Is that a reference I should be getting? Because I do have to say I don't watch like many like memes or movies or something like this, and so I don't get it. By the way, I'd like to ask how you feel about this. One MMA fighter said partying is weakness for your soul. Now I agree with it because who goes to the club? People who don't have drive or anything. Because they can work on. I'd say it's the same with porn. When you don't have time for, you don't think about it, do important stuff. Mm. So partying is weakness for your soul doesn't have to be. I think it's a generalization based on assumptions. So I don't like the statement because it's also judging people, right? Like it's a judgmental statement. It's like everybody in the club is worse than me. Um, and then like the sort of like who goes there, like people who don't have a drive or anything they can work on, doesn't mean to be, right? Like there's like this is the unhealthy people we think about in that moment. Like this is the people who are like only clubbing the entire time and who like don't know their limit with alcohol, who don't maybe even know their limit with like financials and just give out everybody a drink and then are broke for the rest of the time. Or who end up like doing like unprotected sex and stuff like this where it's just like a risk to yourself and your future. And like for those people, like for sure, like this is sort of like an unhealthy coping mechanism and they should like try to find out why they do it and get out of it. But not all people that go to the club do it in an unhealthy manner. Like there's also people who just like really like dancing or maybe like, like in a hip hop group and then like go with their friends like once a month to the club or something. And they just really like this like feeling of being there with other people, pumping the music and like dancing. So for example, like I generally don't like clubs because honestly, they're scary to me. Like I don't want to be drugged or anything. Um and I also don't want to, like it's just scary. But there's like some situations where I actually really like clubbing. And that for example, like after our like final exam in like school, we had a um essentially like a vacation with everybody together, like a final thing where like with all of your like classmates. Um and we booked this trip where you essentially like it's a party organization where they book like an entire hotel and then they in that like hotel they set up like different stages with party and bands and stuff like this, right? And they also have like first helpers there and like everything, and like you don't need to take your like wallet with you because like everything is free and stuff like this. And so it's sort of essentially it's like a kindergarten for people who want to party. It's like you don't need to take anything with you. You like if you even if you go over bounds, like there's gonna be people who deal with you, like your friends don't have to deal with you. You just like can give that person to the first aid workers and they're gonna deal with it, like they're paid for this. And like everybody can just enjoy it. And that's a thing where I'm like, this is lit. Like this is really cool. Like everybody can just enjoy it, and like there's like not much which can happen. And so you can sort of like safely engage with drugs like alcohol. And if you like don't do it the entire time, it's also not inherently like unhealthy, right? Like if you don't go entirely overboard, it's not unhealthy. And you can just experience something and see how you like it. And there's like a bunch of people like this I know too, who just like now in Utrecht, like who go as a group who are like, like 10 people or something and go to the club together and just have fun for the night. And they don't drink too much. They still have drivers who are just like responsibly like being like being sober and then taking everybody home. And there's also like another friend who's actually like she well honestly more of an acquaintance. I never showed up again. um But she actually learned DJing and has like a house and always like makes parties in her house then and DJs for these parties themselves and stuff like this. And she just really likes it, you know? So it's a thing where like this can also be your hobby. Like it can be a positive thing. Like I do agree there's like a bunch of people like don't use it in a positive way just because it's connected to like alcohol and just like drugs and stuff, right? But also there's a bunch of people who use it in a positive way. With porn, I do have to say that porn inherently, sadly, is there's like very like unproblematic porn is rare. Um, and that's just the thing where I feel like it's more of a problematic thing. At the same time, it's essentially like porn is like the thing which is like drugs, right? It's sort of like being like drinking alcohol is my hobby. Like that's gonna be tough to maintain it in like a healthy, safe manner. You know what I mean? Like it's different from going to the club. Like you can go to the club and not drink alcohol and have fun. You can go to the club and just drink a little bit alcohol and have fun, you know? Um like you can go to the club and like just don't need alcohol actually, like not be addicted to alcohol and go to the club. Having your hobby be like drinking alcohol would be like a way different sort of situation. My head feels so light. Oh my god, Fluffy. I was so pissed off with my hair today. I thought about getting like a short haircut. Yeah. Yeah. Like if he said it in this context of like, like he's not partying because like it would hurt his soul to like essentially like waste time with this on this if there was like more like things he actually likes doing. Like I completely understand and I agree. Like I think you should like then it's more like going against like the social pressure to go partying or like the group pressure to go partying with your friends and like doing the thing you love. And I think that's always good, right? Like not giving into group pressure and like do something you don't like instead of the thing you like if you wouldn't follow the group pressure. Like that's not gonna like be nice, right? Like you should always do the thing like you actually like feel like doing. And like sometimes you can feel like doing sometimes just because your friends go for like are there and gonna go for it. And it doesn't have anything to do with the thing itself. Like that's like for me, like I'm a really big like sort of friends person. And oh my god, thank you so much for the raid. And welcome, welcome. So many people, Jesus Christ. So how was your stream like? And what did you guys stream? Welcome everybody. I'm great. And yeah, this is our mental health stream. So we're just talking about all topics which come up related to mental health. Yeah. You're in an ad? No! Gosh, we're gonna wait. Um, so where I'm from, I live in the Netherlands, but I was born in Germany. Yeah. Fix us, please. I mean, we honestly, we just try to help everybody who needs help with something, who needs maybe some answers and stuff like this, and be there for each other. Mega Man 2? Or, oh, no. Not me. So, we were actually talking about a really interesting topic about Dragoo was essentially asking, like, how do you feel about this? One MMA fighter said, partying is weakness for your soul. And I agree with it because who goes to the club? People who don't have a drive or anything they can walk on. I'd say it's the same with porn. When you don't have time for it, you don't think about it and do important stuff. And we sort of went into it with clarifying there's also like people who go to the club who go to the club in a healthy manner. And then it's just like a really nice experience with your friends. And that sort of like comparing it with porn, for example, would be like it would be a better fitting comparison to be like my hobby is drinking alcohol. And that's like then way more of a problematic hobby than just being like I really like clubbing because at the club you can still be in an entirely healthy manner. Well, engaging with a drug is like way harder, right? Um, and so then Dragoo gave another message with, I don't mean to criticize everyone, of course not. But if you look at most people, they're 95% there for the unhealthy reasons. The guy said it in a context where he's working every day on his passion, and thus it would only hurt his soul because he wants to put his all to this one thing. So then we sort of um, went into this thing of like, if you see it in terms of like, going against like group pressure or like this group mentality of like, oh come on, clubbing, oh come on, like drink something or whatever, and then like not deciding for that, but actually like doing the thing you like and putting your all into your hobby you really want to succeed and excel at and be best at is something which is going to be good, right? But it's not really about like going to the club, but just really going against like not letting yourself be pressured to do something you don't want to spend your time on, but focusing on the things you do want to spend your time on. Um, and this is sort of where you guys came in with the raid. So good morning, everybody, and how are you guys doing? How's your mental health doing? And these are like so many people. Oh my god. Mm. So I'm not informed about the shooting in Canada. Um, I'm not informed about like all news in the world because I want to keep my mental health like safe and protected. And there's so many negative news right now that honestly, for me, I notice how it's like overwhelming you with the feeling of like you can't do anything and you feel helpless and like not in control, and then you're just stuck with these all these negative emotions about the world. Where I can help way better here for the stream and in my regular life if I focus on the things I can change, which are right in front of me. But I mean, like any shooting, it's really devastating for the victims. And we should work on a better society to make something like this not happen again. You guys made a new country? That's amazing. Welcome back, Neurodetergent. And how are you doing? How was your stream? What were you streaming? I'm a 19-year-old Indian girl. I was in a relationship, but the boy was so toxic. After that, I fear to talking with boys. That makes a lot of sense, and it's entirely fine and very reasonable, right? Like your body learned it's not safe. But I think it's really important to maybe not learn in such a general sense that like, oh, like every boy is like not safe, but to try and find out what specifically was unsafe about that relationship. And then you can use that as information to find a relationship which is healthy and positive. But with 19, it's also really fine to just stay with yourself for a bit, find out what you like, what you don't like, and then later on come back to relationships. And maybe there's friends you can talk to about this, or your family, or us about more in depth about like what made you feel unsafe and that you can sort of get over these feelings of unsafety. But thank you so much for your vulnerability already. And I would like to hear more and help you if that's possible. And hi, Ellie. Welcome. How you doing? And good morning, Rose Lemon. How are you doing? Let me guess, it's Specialist Motorcycle. I can't keep up with everybody. I need to, like, I'm just gonna read the new messages. I'm sorry, guys. We're never gonna get to the to the new shit when when I'm gonna try to go from the top down. Thank you for the follows. Is it okay to want to be alone? That entirely depends on you, you know? Like some people are thriving if they're alone. And some people, it's more of like collateral damage that they're alone. It's more like they're alone because they can't confront the fear to be vulnerable to other people, to meet other people. But they're not feeling entirely happy being alone, right? And they would like friends. They just don't feel comfortable going out and making them. And then it's a thing you want to change, right? Because apparently you're not happy. But if you're entirely happy if you're alone, be alone. But I think most people do like some social contact. I hear the same thing about only concentrating about what you can control. But like with other things around the country right now, you can't just bury your head until it's at your doorstep. Thoughts. I do understand what you mean. And it definitely like you shouldn't like ignore like bigger things and like not support bigger things, right? But for example, like there's only so many protests going on in your vicinity that you can take part in. There is like the things you can like actively do, right, are sort of like limited, right? Because you need to do it in a way where it's sustainable to you, right? Like it wouldn't make sense if you like leave your work and then like only go to protests and then like 1 month later you're like you can't pay anything anymore. And now you're like living on the street and need to like focus on like getting food and stuff like this, right? Like it sort of needs to be in a capacity where it's like sustainable for you to do what you do. And also it really depends on like where your qualities are. So for example, I think like with this stream I can actually like help people and I can help people all around the globe and not only in my country, and that might change something. If I wouldn't be good at this, I don't think this would have that much of an impact and would make that much sense, and then my qualities would maybe be better used in some other place, right? So for example, with like bureaucracy and stuff, I'm like really not good at. So I rather support other people who are good at that and like who are in like a protesting group and support them having the time or finances to do that or having the like names on the list they need to get something approved, right? So I don't think you should like entirely like bury your head, but I do think we should like it's important to try and focus on the things you can influence. So for example, like the official votes and stuff like this, there's a thing where you can inform yourself, you can try to inform others, you can try to like work with the party you're supporting to inform the general public, right? And make it as easy as possible for people to make an informed choice about who they're voting, right? Then there's, for example, like social programs, because even though like maybe we have like these big problems on like a global scale, we're like after all we're like one person, and all of these problems sort of start in the general public, right? So what we can do, for example, are social programs about like education or mental health support or stuff like this. And because, for example, with like mental health support and social programs, it's actually the best prevention to crime. Because when we help people to get out of the ditch and like not let them try and figure it out on their own, there's like less problems gonna arise from that. So I think in that way, like it's really good to find something you can do. Because if you do nothing, like putting your like just burying your head and being like, no, I don't hear anything. I don't think it's gonna work actually because of just how news work, right? Like you always have contact with stuff. So then you're essentially just trying to gaslight yourself, I think. Um, but yeah, like it might not be your possibility to end a war, if that makes sense. But it might be a possibility to do a educational program at your local school about I don't know, like sexism, racism, whatever, right? Like anything you're like anything which can help. Um, or I don't know, like how to inform yourself to like give your vote and stuff like this. You could go like into like the elderly care program and do like a presentation on like all the different parties and what their effects on society are, like, and sort of like give people the right information and help them make an informed choice. So I feel like when we see like society failing in like a bigger scale, there's a lot of pressure on us to make changes in like big ways, right? But it's not always possible to us. But I don't think it should keep us from making changes on like the local scale. Because I feel like if we all make changes in a local scale, there's going to be global changes. So, yeah, like inform yourself about the stuff where you can do something. And at the end of the day, it's always going to be a choice you have to make. Like you just don't have unlimited time. You have 24 hours a day, you have a limited amount of energy, and you also need to like care for your family, work maybe, like care for yourself, you know? Like there's only a limited amount of time and energy you have on your day to invest in these things, right? And I just noticed for me that when I'm like on social media and like looking through all these like bad news and like, oh, that person here did something bad and that person there did something bad. And like sort of like all of these things, you know, it didn't help me to actually change something. Like I was wasting my energy scrolling instead of doing anything with which would change something. Like I gave it a like, I shared it, but that's not really changing anything. Like if I would have used that energy instead of like knowing about like the newest I don't know, like 20 outrageous stories on the internet, instead I would have gone to like a protest here in Utrecht. Like maybe that would have helped more. But then there's some people who are like amazing influencers, like this, how is he called? I don't even know. Um who make like in like educational like posts on Instagram. And that's then a really nice thing, right? Because then you make it easy for people to make better choices, right? Because you make like the information they need to make these better choices, you make it easy to digest and make it available to them. So it really like it's it's a big combination of like what is possible to you and what is necessary to maintain that a possibility. Because if I would read about all these negative things, like honestly, I would just get depressed. I wouldn't be able to make the stream here. I wouldn't be able to help you here. And once I'm depressed, I wouldn't go outside to see the protest anymore as well. So it depends on the person. It depends which type of person you are. Like some people can look through all of these social media things and like really like read into like a specific gruesome story, like and then inform the public and stuff like this. Some people can't. So I don't know. I don't, yeah. I think we just let's do something we can do and don't worry about all the things we can't do. We're not meant to change the world on our own. No, I understand touch grass. I appreciate your clarification. Um, but it's really just it depends on your personal preferences. And I think sometimes, like I wasn't even like that offended because it's like a thing where I like realize myself how sometimes we can take that very personal, right? When a person is not informed about something, we really feel like, oh, it's so important, right? Like, and yeah, at the end of the day, there's so many important things on this planet, right? And we just have to choose something, and we can't choose it all. Maybe a weird comparison, but so many scientific advances have only been made possible because some crazy guy pursued something that was widely considered impossible, silly, or useless by the expert at the time. But we need those crazy people to achieve change. Yeah, I think that's honestly, I love that take because it's exactly like you're so right. You're so right. It's the way we progress, the way we essentially like evolution is coming to be is through outliers. Like there's like even with like if you go to like the gene level, like somebody like, out of like nowhere gets like well, you don't really out of nowhere get like wings, but like if you would, like if you go to this like extreme example of like there's like one change and now you have wings. It's like this is like we don't have these changes like with wings now, and we sort of like respect them if we like look back, right? Of like, oh well, like obviously that was good, and like then like all of us had wings because that's clearly OP, right? But we don't really respect it as much if we look into like the general public. Oh, like oh that person is like obsessed with like veganism or whatever, and that person is obsessed with this and that, and that person is obsessed with like LGBTQ and stuff like this. Like all of these things, like so many of them seem like crazy at the time, but then later on, sort of when like everybody warms up to it, it's like, oh, actually, yeah, like that Loki makes sense. Like I see. And it's like we always need to try to stay open. Because that's the thing, like we don't always need to be the genius, right? Like we don't need to be the person coming up with shit. We only need to be the person like being scared of change. Like just hear people out and be like, I see. Like, is that maybe better or not? No. Yeah, Kubabara, we got a crazy raid from Nuri Detergent. I guess he's not such an amazing influencer if you can't remember his name. Oh no, that has nothing to do with him not being an amazing influencer. It just has to do with me having like 10 minutes of social media time a day and being incredibly bad at remembering names anyways. And then it's like a social media name, right? So it's not even like a like sort of like, oh, it's called Barbara or something, you know. It's like it's gonna be something like this blah 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 x underscore whatever. I've been feeling a bit lonely in this new country that I moved to, but managed to find a couple of friends. However, I also felt myself trying too hard to keep in touch with them, to the point where I was like, am I too much? Eventually, they got just ghosted me, even though we actively did things together. Now I've made friends with some new people, but everything I do now comes with the fear of being too much. I don't want to lose out on a potential friendship because of that. I see. I mean, do you think you can talk openly about this with your friends? And just be like, Like just being like, oh, you know, like sometimes I can be too much, but just let me know, all right? Then I'm gonna like scale it down. Because I don't know, it's always like building a relationship together, like no matter if it's like romantical or not, is always gonna be sort of like a question of like making like compromise which works for everybody, right? And like there's a bunch of compromises which don't take anything away from anybody, really. It's just a thing of like, oh, you like that better? Like I don't really care about like doing this or that, but then I'm gonna do this if you like that better, right? So I don't know. I feel like just talking about like and sort of voicing how you like open to like feedback on like how to be a good friend is maybe like a really good step to deal with that. We'll have our place in the world. We have to have conversation places like this to thrive. Exactly, touch grass. Exactly. Some giant angel wings. That would be lit. Exactly, touch grass. Exactly. If everyone has wings, it's cool. When 10 people have wings, they're outcasts. Yeah. Is Crate a normal German name? Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. Crate is my gamer tag since forever, so now I'm just sticking with it. Yeah. My normal German name is Lea. Yeah. This is good news to me, Drago. I'm so glad you're doing better, and I'm glad that you're sort of approaching things that correlate with your inner you. I'm glad you're trying. That's all that matters. I'm really happy to hear that. I was worried about you, you know? So, makes me happy. Thank you for letting me know. So the solution is as usual, just communicate with them. Communication is scary. You're right. You're right. I know. I know, love. I'm so sorry. But it's really like it's a thing of like it's a relationship, you know? Like it's two people coming together and trying to make it work. And if we, you know, like if you want to play like do play League. Like if you want to play solo queue and then like you know do some crazy like dragon play, like for sure sometimes it's gonna work, but a lot of the time it's not gonna work because there's no fucking way on how to communicate. And the communication is just not enough. But once we communicate, we can be like the LEC esports team, you know? And can make like crazy plays happening. You love my emotes? Oh, thank you so much, Kuwabara. Oh, Fluffy, you still need the screaming Poro from the other side. And thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. I have lots of plush toys. Well, technically, like only these, because these are like hats, and this is like yarn, right? But yeah, for sure. Like I had my like e-girl phase, yeah. So using Kraid, I would have guessed your real name was Kate, but I guess wrong apparently. I mean, I get that idea, and that would be like really like like smart. But I honestly, I was just 13, and I thought like it would be really cool to have a YouTube channel, and I'm gonna make like a crazy name from like so many like different things. And then I was like, create crazy shits, and then like yeah, create, and yeah, that's so good. So now I'm stuck with the 13-year-old idea of mine. And every time somebody asks me like, "Oh, for what CRATE stands for?" I need to embarrassingly tell them it's create crazy shit. And then they look at me and they're like, with 26, that's like how you come up with your name, and it's not. I came up with this when I was like 12 or 13. Don't judge me, guys. It was cool back then, trust me. I think I'm gonna like step into this conversation between Ragu and like Fluffy for a second. I think the main thing between you guys is that uh it's like entirely fine, Drago, that like going to clubs is not nice for you, right? But it doesn't have to be the same for everyone else. And this is essentially the thing I think Fluffy is trying to point out. Like he's trying to point out, like, hey, for me this has been great. Like only if it's for you not great doesn't mean it's for everyone not great. And we sort of like step back from taking like general statements when they're not, like actually general statements. Um, and this is, like this is something like you're not technically disagreeing, but I feel like you're discussing like you're disagreeing. Um, but it's like, yeah, like nobody is asking you to go to the club, Drago. You can not go to the club, and if you don't like going to the club and you feel like you would only do it in an unhealthy manner, it's really good that you don't go to the club. Um, I don't think we should project on other people that it's unhealthy for them to go to the club just because it's unhealthy for us to go to the club. Like some people are smoking and they can actually stop. Like some people are smoking but they're not addicted. Some people are watching porn but they're not addicted. Some people are drinking alcohol but they're not addicted. There's also a bunch of people who are addicted, and then it's like entirely good and perfect when they say like, "Oh no, I would absolutely get addicted to this. Like I can't do it." And it's also entirely fine if it's, for example, something like a situation like, oh, can you not smoke around me? Because then I'm gonna get like an urge to smoke again, and like I'm gonna get addicted and I can't take it. And that's like also entirely fine. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is like this. Even if the percentage would be like 80% to 20% or 90% to 10%, um, it's important to stay open to the 10%. You love that, Kuwabara? I'm glad. I think my prior username have never been created, so I'm either still delusion or I made good choices. Which one? Mm, I mean, honestly, maybe you just maybe you just haven't had cringe names. Like it doesn't really matter, right? Like if you don't think your name is cringe, like that's good. Good on you. I really like the name Crate, but I just don't like that it stands for like create crazy shit. Like I like that it stands for create and crazy because it's like that's something where I'm like, I got it back then already. Like I'm a creator. I like creating. And also I'm not scared to create like odd things or new things or be the first one to create something that's crazy. And so like I'm like okay creating crazy things, and like even if I'm judged for it, I don't mind. Um but then like shit is like I want to create good stuff. Like, man. Yeah. So that's the only part where I'm a bit like, yeah. And then also like these words which are just so like, um, yeah, I don't know. I love escapism way too much, and any drug will take me down a rabbit hole. I just can't do substances. Yeah. And that's really important to know, right? Yeah. And that's perfect, Ragu. Like, I think that's so interesting about humans, right? Like, there are so many things like somebody else has fun at, and like we don't. And it's honestly, it's a hack. Like, we're insane in that regard. Because what do you mean somebody has fun like trying to sort through like 1,000 different types of like screws and like all of these tiny like metal shit thingies, right? And have like this like shelf in the back of like these like all these like tiny like drawers where like all of these are sorted into it, and like he just makes a shop with that because he likes it so much and he actually wants to do that like every single day for 8 hours and even more. Like, you're telling me somebody does this and likes it, and like we don't need to pay them more because this is absolutely like work nobody else wants to do? Like, you're telling me somebody actually wants to do that? Like, I'm so glad because would hate doing that, you know? And then on the other side, like, I really like doing this, and some other people would absolutely fucking hate doing this. And I'm just gonna do it, like, you know, like, there's no need to push yourself. I'm gonna do it. Don't worry, you know? And I think that's amazing, no? Like, we can essentially get like nearly everything done because there's always gonna be a person who actually like likes doing that. And if we would take the sort of like the wage gap out of that as well, and I don't mean like the women to men wage gap, but I just mean the that like some jobs earn less than others, and like so much less that it's actually like not for anybody, even if they would like doing that, a smart choice to go into that field. Um, then it would be even better, right? Because I don't know, then we wouldn't push people who don't have other choices in these jobs, and then like they just don't like these jobs in any capacity anyway. But then we would actually have people in these jobs who like doing them. And I don't know, like, believe it or not, there's some people who like cleaning, they just don't like the wage and the social stigma to a cleaning lady or a cleaning man, you know? So I don't know, like, I feel like that's so nice. I feel like this is a superpower of humanity, that we're all so different. It makes us survive better. Like, this is like this how you say that? Not differences. Mm. Oh, but yeah, like this diversity is essentially really making us thrive. Like, this is the key to being able to be so good at so many things as humanity. Oh my god, that sounds absolutely insane. Free breakfast banana. Yeah, exactly, Nate. Like, for some people, they just like smoke and then like they don't have the money for it and then they instantly stop. And some other people like can't stop in their life and it's like so super hard for them, right? I have no email addresses. I don't think I had an email address with 13 actually. Do you remember your favorite Pokemon when you were 12? Well, you know, like my husband's like chosen name is the one from his favorite Pokemon. So He's called like Zack from like Zekrom. Yeah. You know, you're right. Oblivious Mortem. I could see like this is the shit. And like create crazy shit because this is the shit. Yeah, it's true. That's fair. I'm gonna keep that in mind. True. I'm just gonna change that. I'm just gonna say it means create the crazy shit. Yeah, easy. Hmm. I have no idea about nicotine gums and stuff like this. But it also depends on like how like helpful and helpful are like two things, right? Like there's also drugs to make you like more concentrated, but you still might like not want to use them, right? Yeah. Like exactly breakfast banana. Like we had like when we were like we had a Minecraft server at some point and we were playing Minecraft. It like we always played in like a communist way. And it was so much fun because somebody like built the house. The next person built like an entire crazy like storage system. The next person built like planes. The next person built a farm. The next person built like an animal farm, right? It was so cool. It was so cool. Like everybody just did like something that felt like doing and it added to the community. Just here to support you, supporting mental health. Thank you so much, Cube Saga. Your support is appreciated. Yeah. This is actually something which is sometimes coming up in stream as well, like the difference between like Oxford definitions and like how people use them. And then we have the discussion about like, oh, but they said this and like this is like that's like so mean and stuff. And it's just like, but like, do you know that's how they meant it? Because I've seen people use it differently. It's really important to see that there's a difference. And in terms of communication, focus on what the individual person is using it for. Like a mad inventor. That's cool. I see fair coming. That's cool. Oh, I think maybe I missed it. I go. But you're welcome. You're always welcome here. I'm glad to like I'm interested to see how you're gonna progress. Next epic emoji for sure. It's like, yeah, it's crazy how things change, right, Fluffy? Like, I mean, of course, today was like a crazy big raid from like Neurodetergent, but like, it's It's insane how you all stay. Like, honestly, I'm so grateful you're still here and you're apparently interested in a talk and you like it. Like, honestly, when I first started these streams, I was really insecure about them. Like, I thought, like, who cares? Like, who wants to, like, tell a stranger on the internet how they feel? It's like, that's crazy. And I don't know, like, look, we're all crazy. Like, apparently that's not too little people here. Like how we were talking about in D&D, about the Jenny character that creates constructs out of yarn. That is great, yeah. You miss my kitchen, Ellie the Jolly? I feel you. A communist play, is there any other way? Honestly, I did have to low-key like fight for like to play the communist way on my Minecraft servers. Like there's a lot of people who want to play single and like build their own house, have their own shit, have their own loot, don't share. And then they like low-key share, but also like not. Like it's odd. But I really like a communist Minecraft playstyle. Like I'm all in to have this like really big building where like everybody's sleeping in the same room. Like honestly, like sleepover is cool. Oh my god. I I sometimes like it's not even like I don't think it's the way you mean it pre-breakfast banana, but I sometimes just mix up words. Like I don't know what's going on with my brain, but sometimes I'm like thinking about a sentence, but then I'm looking at something and I'm just going to say a wrong word. Like it has nothing to do with it. Like it's going to be like I want to go to the city, and then instead of city, I see flowers, and I'm gonna go to flowers. You know, it's just like gone. I'm just saying something else because the word for flowers came into my mind because I was looking at flowers, and then usually I notice because people look at me like, huh? I don't understand. And then like in the beginning, it was only my like husband doing this, and then I would always like look at him like, what do you mean you don't understand? Huh? I was right here. Like, how can you not hear me? And he just repeated my sentence. I was like, what? Nah, that's not what I said, right? Nah. And now I see his face already and I know what's going on. Like I can instantly tell it's that specific situation and I said something weird again. Oh yeah, with the vapes and like popcorn lungs. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. It's like I try to whenever somebody's like insulting me, I try to ask them sort of like, did you just like mean to say this and that? And sort of like get a clarification. Then I at least like know if they want to insult me. Also, a lot of people just gonna back away from insulting you in that moment, and then it's also fine. I feel like sometimes, and I do want to bring that up because I think it's important because I also sort of suffered under this of like people just like not properly like understanding what I mean. But a lot of the time, if you're, for example, like if you're really like insecure socially, it can be that you're sending like body signals of I'm insecure, even though you don't say that you're insecure about something. And then people will try to put these both messages they get together, right? So, for example, we actually had this topic with a friend of mine, where she told me that, like, at work, like, whenever somebody asks her if she can do something, she like first has to go through in her head, like, if she can like actually do that, like all of the steps, and then she answers if she can actually do that. And she told me, like, she's so frustrated because people always assume she's, like, insecure and everything, but she's just going through in her head if she can actually do that or not. And, like, why do people think that's insecurity? And I was like, you did tell me, like, 3 minutes ago, you have, like, essentially, like, social anxiety and are really insecure about people around you. And are trying to mask the entire time. And now you're asking me why they think you're insecure? They think you're insecure about this because that's the message they get from your bodily signals. And if you don't tell them this message has to do with something else, they're gonna have, like, they will assume it has to do something with what you say in the moment. So, for example, if you get like really worked up about something or offended by something or triggered by something, but you don't share that, people will try to interpret that information, but they don't have the, like, all the information to interpret it properly, right? So then things are going to go wrong in that communication. And it makes a lot of sense why, right? I'm happy to hear that, Kuwabara. Or die trying. Yeah, exactly, Drago. Oblivisi. Oblivisi. Ah, oblivisi mortem. I see. Thank you. That ruins this when you don't get it. Exactly. Some people will insult you and then back off when pressed and do it over and over like they were slick. I feel like in the past I've been way too patient with people. It's okay. I see what you mean. But you can also say that, right? Like if this happens multiple times, you can just be like, do you have a problem with me? Because you're saying like low key offensive things the entire time, and then you're like backing away and like don't say you mean it. But this is happening so often now that either you're really bad at taking the hint that this is like not like sort of the communication pattern which works with me, or there's something you want to tell me but you don't tell me. Like you can also speak up about that part, right? Like it doesn't, like the speaking up doesn't end, if that makes sense. I've seen a lot of women criticizing Dr. K for helping men boys who are struggling while saying women have it harder because of males and women deserve to help instead of men. I'm interested in your answer. I think any gender is saying. Like, like it doesn't matter. It sadly just doesn't matter. Like that's a part with mental health, right? It doesn't matter. Um, the like what I have a problem with if we treat men and boys like they have it harder. Like for example, with like male loneliness epidemic, it's like what about the women who don't have a partner? Like do we just sort of interpret like all women are lesbian now and that's why they all have partners and like the men don't have partners anymore? Like there must be like the same number of women not having a partner, right? But we're talking about the male loneliness epidemic. So there's like a bunch of sort of things where we just try to like be like, oh, you have it harder than the other people, right? Like you have it harder. And I don't think that's helping. So I sort of like, and I think that the way sort of social media works right now, we're low key being baited to hate each other. So, for example, like as a woman, you probably will get like way more of this like sexism news and stuff like this, and like see like men like acting out, and then like there's actual progress on that, right? Like there's actual progress in countries like America where like women's rights are being taken away from them. Um, and then like men will be like red pilled with like, oh, but like women are like so against you and like feminism is against you and stuff like this. Like it's our suffering is our own. And we can argue about like laws and shit. but our mental sufferings, our and this is like the entire like how psychology, like what psychology is based upon, right? And how therapy is based. Like it's you don't go to therapy to change the world. You go to therapy to change yourself. Um so in terms of like a therapy setting, I don't think it makes sense to focus on like who has it harder by the world. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So I feel like I don't know, like just for my personal use case and here in stream, um, it's not really a question I like want to pay attention to because I don't think anything useful is coming out of it. That makes sense. Like the like when I like if we would agree that like women have it harder, then like uh, like male like men gonna feel like their pain is being dismissed. Like if we say like men have it harder, then like women gonna feel like their pain is being dismissed. Like it's like you have it as hard as you want to. Like you can pick. I don't gonna make, like I'm not gonna make like any like boxes or anything. And also like your treatment plan or whatever like doesn't change with any of that, right? Like so it's just doesn't I don't think there's anything useful coming. I don't believe in fixing my body language to match what others expect of me. If people can't make my words as is, I'm not interested in talking to them. I don't. No, no, no. I don't want you to fix your body language to match what others expect of me. But I'm just saying there can be like different signals you make, and when you then are not like open, there might be like different sort of like they might not be able to like understand like what they really like what you really want from them, right? Um, but it can also just like really help to show people or like tell people like hey, like some people told me like I'm coming over as like insecure. Like I don't really know why. Like just like I don't know, like try to just like believe what I say. And that's like a better indicator, you know. Thank you, Uncle Burton, and welcome. Exactly, Fluffy. I feel like in this like gender war, what is missing is the space where we can listen to each other. Like, I don't want to take like for example, like with Zeg, like I have a lot of problems in the relationship, or like not problems in the relationship, but I need things in the relationship based on the experience I made in a sexist world, right? Like there's gonna be a certain like safety behaviors I need from him, which are more important to me because I have lived in a sexist world and I've made experiences with unsafe men. So there's going to be consequences because of that. And there's going to be ways I need from him now to feel safe just because of the way I grew up, right? And for him, there's going to be ways like things from me he needs, which are dependent on his experience in the world. And that's just the way with everything, right? It wouldn't have like it doesn't need to be like a sexist experience. It can also just be like a traumatic experience or something else. But like we all need sort of like to like if we like try to come this close together, we need something from our partners, like multiple things. And it's important that we can talk about these things. And if we can't talk about these things because there is an inability to like listen and understand, because we feel personally attacked by a woman saying she needs a certain safety behavior from us because she lived through a sexist world and she fears in that moment that we're being sexist, then we're just, yeah, we're like emotionally unavailable to her in that moment, right? And then it's like standing between us. And the same is like for them, like if for example like your man tells you like hey I need you to be like very affirming when I tell you that I'm hurting or something, because I just feel very insecure about sharing my pain, then this is also something we just like they just need from us. And if we don't want to give that to them, then we can like separate. But if we do want that relationship, it's just something we're gonna have to offer, right? And it doesn't really matter if it's because the past women in his life or because of past men or like the sexist world from the other side, right? But it's just like they just need that. So I think there's a lot we can learn from each other actually. And I don't think this gender war is like I don't think the problems we have or describe are actually against each other. I think they're the same coin, but from different sides. And I think we're being sort of baited into putting like an easy perpetrator on the cover essentially. It's like a clickbait on YouTube. It's like the title is it's gonna be clicked more if you put a woman on the title image instead of being like, oh, we have like socioeconomic and social and educational issues in our society. Like it's not gonna, like it's if you tell somebody, oh, like all your problems you have in your life are only because of that other person and not because of you, it gives us relief, right? So it makes it easier for ourselves because it's easier to hate on somebody else than hate on ourselves. It's easier to dodge accountability that way. It's easier to dodge responsibility that way. And it's easier to deal with negative emotions because if everything you went through and everything negative is because of the others, it's like there's nothing you need to change. There's nothing you need to do. Like you can just cry in a ditch and be like, oh no, it's so unfair, and you don't have to do anything. So I feel like that's just, yeah, like the entire premise to therapy is that you will change yourself, not others. So I don't know. If you want to change others, there's nothing people can do for you in therapy, right? And it doesn't mean like changing yourself doesn't mean like being gladly oppressed by others, right? Like changing yourself can mean you break off contact with your toxic dad, you break off contact with toxic friends and find new people. Changing yourself can be you enforce boundaries better. Changing yourself can be being less nice if you're being bullied and actually standing up for yourself. Changing yourself can be quitting your job and finding another job which has more healthy hours, right? So there's like a lot of things which will change in your life and which will change what you engage in with your life. But it's all like based on like decisions you make, right? Just to clarify that a little bit. How long have I been streaming for? Since 2008, October. I think helping men is helping women since the main abusers of women are men. Yeah, that too. Just like helping anybody is gonna help society. Like if we help criminals before they turn into criminals, we help society. That's why like police, for example, is not the best crime prevention because police arrive mostly when the crime happened already. And this sort of like negative motivation doesn't prevent crime as much as social support systems do. So I don't know, for example, like free education, financial support, and the like proper care for kids, and giving like supporting systems to kids who grow up in a shitty family, so that they can like easily get out of that like toxic household and get into a healthy household. Like that's really important, right? Because like I don't know, like criminals are not a different species of humans, right? They were born like us, but we ended up here and they ended up in prison. And it's important to know where that went wrong and intervene. Exactly. Struggle isn't a competition. But we're really, it happens so often. It happens so often that people just turn struggle into a competition because it's struggle turns into a competition when you think the means are limited, right? Like the support is limited. When the love of your mom is limited, you might feel more enticed to put your like brother or sister in a bad light to get more love yourself, right? So I feel like this is actually where it's coming from. It's like we think the support is limited, and that's why we want to make sure that we get the support because we otherwise fear that the support is being used up on others and we won't get any support, if that makes sense. Yeah, but I also think that like actually like asking who has it harder is like such a wrong question. It doesn't lead to progress, right? I think what we should really do is just like listen to each other and then find a solution. So for example, like when women say like they can't go home alone or like they feel like they can't go home alone, we should listen to them and then look for a solution and change something. Like if women say like they like while looking for a partner, they need to be like so super careful because just the way of like statistics show us that like your partner or ex-partner as a woman is actually the most likely to kill you. um that's a important piece of the puzzle and that needs to change, and then we need to do something about this, right? Like when men say like, oh, they can never speak about their feelings and stuff like this, then we need to find out why. I would argue though that might not be because of women, but like there's things we need to change in our society where everybody needs to take responsibility as well. So for example, like we can't cry about being like, oh no, like men can't like say their feelings and stuff like this, and then like the next, I don't know, like a boy comes up to us and is like crying and we're just like, like this is just a tiny like this is just a tiny scratch, like why are you crying, like we can't complain about the thing and then keep maintaining the behavior. Like we sort of like we do need to see that we as a society, there's a lot of ways we influence each other, and there's going to be a way how we need to change as well, probably. Like with the least social issues, we have like there's usually always some responsibility we have as well, or we could pick up to actually do something. Like it's sort of like with, I don't know, like there's like if a group of people is like suppressed, they need the help of like some oppressors to change that system. So it's like changing society is the responsibility of every one of us. And we can't just be like, oh, that's a problem of them. Like, I don't like, this is not my problem. Like, it's a problem of society and it's our problem. That's important. Oh, I don't know. Pre breakfast banana. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Oblivious. Yeah. Oh, Jordan Peterson. Oh, I do know him. I don't like him either. You're welcome, Dragu. And you too. Have a beautiful day and see you next time. Welcome back, Asta. 2018, 18, I said, not 2008. Oh my god. Welcome, Snack Sparrow. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? You can start eating soft, solid food from Saturday? Oh, that's amazing, Asta. Big W. Nice show speed. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's nice to see there's content like this. It is, right? I don't know. It's honestly like, to me, it's like, well, this was now sort of like a self-compliment. What I meant to sort of like express is um, that it's nice to see that this is actually enjoyed. Because it's one thing to make it available, right? But if like nobody like watch like, right? Like if you guys wouldn't be here, if like the subscribers like wouldn't be here, if like nobody would like see this or like want this, then it would be way harder to find this even, right? So like just by you all being here, by literally like upping the like viewer number for one, like all of you together, you make this stream more accessible to find for other people. So like there's sometimes people who are like, oh, all these lurkers, they're like so useless and whatever. It's really like sadly like like Twitch is about viewer statistics, and it's it's so helpful if you guys are here, even if you're just lurking, because it makes the stream just more accessible to everybody because it's easier to find. And I mean, then of course, like any financial support is like highly appreciated and also like really supports this, right? Um, but yeah, it's honestly like, I mean, thank you for acknowledging me, but also thank you all for being here and supporting this stream, because with you all, it wouldn't be here. It just wouldn't. Like it's, yeah. How long have you been doing this stream? So you mean like this specific like mental health stream? So we've done like usually like twice a week, and this is like the 36th mental health stream. So 36 times. But streaming in general, I started in 2018. But I started back then, I started with gaming and in German, and like since then I switched the language a couple of times. But now I'm really like set on like English, and now we're doing this mental health stream since I think like October? October? I think October. A very soft burger. Ooh, all of that sounds very, very delicious, Asta. By the way, do you want to like share your recipes at some point in the Discord, Asta? I would love that. I got a warning for cheering someone on. No, what? How do you mean? Have you found the mental health streams have been the most impactful? Personally, for me, how I feel the most purpose, for sure. I felt like I always honestly felt a little bit guilty when I was like doing gaming streams, that I'm just like helping the people to cope and actually not do something about their life and just like stay essentially in the ditch without, getting better. And like some people did tell me that like that's not the case, and it's like really like they're like still doing something, but it just takes their mind off of things. But it didn't felt like I helped. And with the mental health stream here, it's really something where I feel like it has a purpose and I can support, help, and that feels really nice. Feels really, yeah, it feels good to do something good, if you know what I mean. I'm gonna quickly check my phone to see if Ari answered or said something, like when they're gonna come and say something yet. I'm gonna send them quickly that Zach is excited. Zach is also really excited for you guys to come over. So, yeah, don't worry at all. And just, it's okay to take it safe, especially if the risk is. I'm glad we can be there for you guys. I can share, but these are really special to me. I mean, then they will be even better, Esther. I think mental health streams will start getting way more reach. Keep doing what you're doing. If you care, then you'll always be good at it. Keep shining. Thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. I appreciate it. Oh, damn it. Hmm. Oh. Ah, yeah. Yeah. It says, like, please don't spam caps because the emotes uh, are also like written in caps, so that's sort of my bad. Because Twitch is apparently like or Nightbot is apparently controlling the message as in text. So all the emotes were like cute, great, and then caps. So maybe I need to change the emote because um I think honestly just typing the emote a couple times is probably gonna get this like response from Nightbot of like don't spam caps. I still can't sit down and get studying done because rotting in bed and the internet is just a different place where you can escape for hours, even when it matters the most to me. I have something to work on. Think about it all the time, but made very less progress the last few days. What can I do to get better? Oh, you have updates, Ari. Give me updates. Hmm. Is there a way, um, Faker Minkai can like, mm, how you can make a very tiny goal for yourself today? Because I feel like sometimes when we avoid things, we feel like it's going to be a time waste anyway. So, for example, when you did like didn't have a lot of progress so far, like the last couple of days, you might just be scared that like the effort today, like you're going to put in, is going to be useless in the end, and like you're not going to make much progress. And that's why you feel like so little motivation to actually do it because it seems so useless. But maybe there's like a really small goal you can set for yourself, and then you're gonna like regain motivation, you know? And maybe you can just start just getting out of bed and getting yourself ready. Just not even expect of yourself that you're gonna like start with walking, but you just get up and get yourself ready. Eat something, you know? And hi, Diana John, welcome. You know how when you go to the ER and get help real fast, you should feel more concerned than when they make you wait for 5 hours? Yes, Ari, and 34 minutes, damn. Okay. So what will they do? Like, how will that work? Yeah, I need to change the nightbot commands. You're right, Asta. You'll be the chef? Oh my god, that would be cool. Either later today or otherwise tomorrow. And we take it from there, I guess. I mean, like if they will set, like, I don't know if they will tell you when they're gonna come over, because otherwise you could just like chill here until they come over, right? Because I low key would also be more concerned when they take it that serious. After all, it is a very heavy consequence if it goes wrong, right? You had some crazy good days, Fluffy. It's reconnecting with a friend that I had a bad time and we talked about it. And we even cooked together. Friend with a broke. That's really nice, Fluffy. That sounds really cool. Oh, there's definitely like good news. You want to send it in the Discord in the good news channel? You'll go home 10 kilograms heavier because my food is really good. I bet. I mean, how would that like? Where can you just like work though? Like, where can you like meet up to like use a wok and like have a kitchen? If I do, my husband called billing 25 times in the last 3 years. So they actually knew us. Okay. Who called them? Them. But I do want to put that out again, like, you know, you can still just like, even if it's just a few days, I mean, that's even better, right? So you can definitely, I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't want to like push you or anything. I just want to make sure that it's like, it's no inconvenience to us if you come over, even if it's just for a few hours or just till tomorrow. And, um, you know, I would rather have you guys be safe, especially if they, like prioritize it like this, because that is boring me. A few large camping bonus. Damn. Hmm. Exercise. Oh, no. Oh, a fried banana I had. Yeah, it's really nice. Welcome, awakened spirits. How are you doing? I'm doing kind of fine. I'm worrying about a few people, but I'm doing good. Yes. Do that, Ari. But yeah, really, like especially if it's just like a few hours. I feel like, what does it hurt to just come over for a bit? Take it safe. No, no, no. They have fried banana, but the butter is really fake. I actually have like a really nice Thai restaurant, yeah, which has really nice fried banana. Maybe even more the like the Thai style. I can send you some pictures. I can show you some. This is their fried banana. It's like with sesame seeds. Ah, what sort of exercise do I do? Oh, I'm just gonna do stomach exercise actually. My shoulders are really hard. Oh. Do a handstand? I literally can't. It's like a croissant. Fried banana? It's clearly a fried banana. Clearly. How's the electrolyte intake? Well, um, the how is it called? The BCAAs are really disgusting, and I don't take them. I'm sorry. I'd rather have the pain. Okay, that's the best I can do. There are many flavors of fried bananas. Oh, from BCAA. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. But I'm just not putting the effort in right now. But it's my fault, really. It's fine. I'm gonna do it once it's like worth the effort to me. So, who hasn't shared how their mental health was for the last like week or something? You've created more banana bread than you could ever count. I also had banana bread on my birthday, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's fine, Esther. Don't worry. I would tell you. It's my mental health has been okay. I'm doing relatively well. Got to run on Monday, and I'm a week off vaping nicotine. Nice. Let's go. That's really good. So, how like do you supplement nicotine with like these like nicotine like chewing gums or something, or are you off of everything and having side effects at the moment? Hmm. On Saturday, Asta. Haven't drank in 3 years. Stopped weed 2 months ago. Stopped nicotine a week ago. And you supplemented with working out. That's great. That's amazing that it works for you. What have you noticed so far? What has changed? Your mental health is cooked in Yanajon, but you're thriving in hell? What do you mean? How is like being out of the university like treating you? Extra gay mental health. Classic. Nothing has changed. I just learned to stop fighting against my problems. Still depressed, still anxious, still I stopped working toward my goals. I feel like that might not be bad though, because a lot of the time what's sort of like prohibiting us, like depressed, is that we don't have initiative. So actually, like just going and working out is because it's like you initiating something and you taking control of your life and like influencing your life. Uh, I think this is actually just a really good step. Wabara, you know. So we'll see how it goes, and then I don't know. I hope it's going to influence your depression and anxiety positively. Nice, Esther. Let's go. This economy. Hmm. I see. I mean, you know, if you're happy like this, then that's entirely your decision to make, and that's entirely fair. If you ever notice along the way that you might want to get to know people, you can always change. So I think just following that goal is really good, you know. Even if you're trying to work towards a hermit lifestyle, I think just following the goal is good. Having something to work on, having something to progress towards can give a lot of motivation. I'm glad when I stopped cigarettes, they were 7 euros for a pack and now it's almost double. It does save a lot of money if you smoke that much, yeah. Is there a specific topic you guys want to talk about? Or any specific question? Because otherwise, I could sort of talk about the book I was reading, but I don't mind not doing that and talking about your topics. Do I hate birds? No. I probably was masking more than I realized, but I also don't like being depressed all the time, so I just ignore it sometimes. Too busy for being sad. I still be mostly fine, even if I realize there's still sadness out there. Uni's sad, but still there's nothing that can be done about it. So there's no point to worry. I mean, how are you dealing with the sadness? Like, do you understand why you're sad, where it's coming from? I hate pigeons. I don't. Hate is such a big word. I don't really know if there's anything I hate. I've honestly stopped trying to be happy. I'm still here. I'm still alive. That doesn't seem to change. I might as well just start working what I want out of life. I don't know. I think that's a good, like, I feel like that actually seems quite positive. Um, because yeah, like life is not about being like entirely happy the entire time, right? And I feel like also putting the pressure on yourself to be like happy and to like absolutely want to be happy the entire time can make that sort of like an impossibility, right? So I don't know. I'm glad to hear that you're making progress. I'm glad to hear that you can work towards your goals. And I'm interested to see how that turns out. And I don't know, I hope you're a little bit proud of yourself for the progress you did, Kuwabara, and yourself working towards those goals and making progress towards those goals. Hi, Unicorn Therapy. Welcome, welcome. Mental health was great. I had a conversation with my inner critic and contradicted some of their claims. Spent a chunk of my day to relax, eat comfort food, and watch an hour of my favorite program. So I believe I'm well adjusted at the moment. That's really nice. It's really good that you know how to like actually rest and recharge and I don't know, just treat yourself with grace. It's really, I'm happy to hear that. I think moths are really beautiful. There's this really big moth. Let me look it up. Yeah, exactly this one. It's so pretty. It's literally so pretty and it's so big. It's like how large is like they can be like this, you know? Their wingspan can measure up to 24 centimeters. So this is really like more like this or something. That's so cool, right? And they're like so colorful and soft and everything. I love it. I love it. Like also the way they look from the front. Can I show that somehow? Wait. Mm, yeah. Like, look at this. They are so cute. They're 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 so cute. I love them. Like, so cute. I love it. With their like ploofsy. Like, look at this. It's so cute. Oh, sorry, I fell into a rabbit hole. They're so cute. I love them. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry they freaked you out. I was already super stuck in the cuteness moth overload. I'm sorry, man. Oh, to me they're like so cute. I can't understand why people like it always sort of surprises me when people say they think they're scary. Because I honestly I could understand better when like butterflies are scary because moths are so cute to me. I can't see them in a different light. They're just the absolute cuteness alert. Oh, actually never watched a movie, I think. Or like only once and maybe not fully. Because know of some scenes of the movie, but I can't like remember much more. I mean, it seems like you have a plan, Indiana John. Also good to take a break sometimes. The German moths are colorful AF. These are not German moths. No, no, no. These are like jungle moths or something. Like in Germany, like there's like most of the moths are brown as well, but they're still cute. Mm. Yeah, I do think I know which movie you mean. Let me check. Wait, do I know? Oh yeah, no, true. I know A Bug's Life, but not Ants. Damn. Okay. Then I guess glad that I didn't watch Ants. Thank you for the log, Fluffy. I need to go to this jungle. These mobs are awesome. Yeah, right. Oh. Oh my god. There's actually I don't know. There's so many kids movies where it's just like all about war between insects. No. Mm. There's like also these like kid bedtime stories. Like, did you ever hear about German kids bedtime stories? It's like there is a story about which one is it? Strubbelpeter, and he has like really long fingernails or something, and then he doesn't want to cut them, and then he starves or some shit. And like in a different story, like they cut off his hands as punishment, and then like I don't know, like a whole bunch of stuff like this. It's like a really old kids book in Germany, and it's fucked up. Yeah, or like one gets like bitten by a dog. Uh, like another one gets burned. Like is burning to death because she's like playing with like the um like matches. Um, then the what? And then like another kid like goes outside with like a with an umbrella and gets like from the storm, gets like carried away and is like never seen again. Um oh yeah, then like some other kid is like gets his thumbs cut off because he's um like sucking on his thumbs. Ja, also yeah. It's written by apparently by some uh a doctor and a psychiatrist from Frankfurt in Germany in 1844. Yeah, yeah. So that's the German kids book from back in the day. Yeah. Um. Yeah. No, I think news stories are better. Um. But this is one like I know it. Like Judith apparently knows it. Like it's still like in my generation, it was still read to us. Like it was read to me by my dad. Like my mom would have never, but my dad was like, "Yeah, that's a shit." I don't know. Definitely. Like this was essentially like if you don't behave like you're gonna die. And then yeah. Yeah, Max and Moritz are also like super bad. It's literally like all these old kid stories are so dark in Germany. Like you can't it's so bad. It's so bad. Seriously. Yeah. Mm. Let me check from which year. 90s. Okay, 1955, so over 100 years later. Because 90s, like a Dutch kids series and like storybooks, and that's really wholesome. It's like the Dutch symbol. It's like this small rabbit. Mm. Are there like this old like kids tales in your guys' country? Isn't that Miffy? Yeah, in German I think it's known as Miffy, but in the Netherlands it's known as Nijntje. I don't know why I changed the name actually. Mm. There's butter on it with salt. Exactly, Judith. Really cute. There's a bunch of tourists sometimes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know why the name changed. I just really don't. Like maybe because the Germans didn't have this like it's written with a letter which in German doesn't exist. And in English it doesn't exist either. But it's essentially like it could easily be like used because it's just a combination of two letters. It's like I and J, and like in Dutch it's like one letter. Like I exist, J exists, but like I and J is like one letter. Um, so maybe that's why it was changed. But like yeah, like you could easily just write an I and a J. So like I don't understand. Like I don't know the story behind it. So I'm not sure. Is Nijntje so hard to pronounce for English people? I feel like it's. Hmm. I mean, I guess because it's a kids series, you might want to change it because kids can't pronounce it. That might be a thing. But at the same time, like, I don't know. No, I don't know. They just changed the name. We don't need to understand why. Yeah. You want an honest answer? Sure. Yeah. Could be an honest answer, B. Hi, Tainted Wisdom. Welcome, welcome. You like it? I was like, I would need to wash my hair today, but I really don't feel like it. And that's how it came to be. The origin story of the ponytail. Yeah, maybe. Well, anyways, they changed the name, right? So at some point, that was apparently needed or whatever. So, um, I was listening to an audiobook the other day, and it was really interesting. Um, Glasses? Do have glasses, but I don't wear them right now. I guess I should wear them. Can get my glasses. Maybe that's. Oh, it's probably good. Let me get my glasses. Yeah, I have glasses. It's like the glasses are for like seeing in the distance though. That's why I don't necessarily need them at home. Um Probably better, but yeah. This feeling when you finish with therapy is so freeing and so good, at least for me. Is it only freeing and so good? To me it was a little bit of like also freeing and good, but also a little bit of am I really ready? You know? And like is that like like am I really done? Yeah. But, yeah. Oh, I see Indiana John. So you have very little confidence that they would be able to pronounce Ninja. But I'm glad that you're feeling so like free and good because of it, Raka. How long have you been in therapy? It's creative. That's my mom. Hmm. Okay, interesting. I wonder how like why it feels so different to you. 45 sessions in year and 3 months. And now you're just like done. You achieved all the goals you wanted, or you feel at least like ready to achieve all the goals you still want. Hmm. I see, Kuwabara. Come back to streaming after so many days. Oh, how do you mean? Like the last stream was on Monday, no? Or do you mean somewhere in the at some point in the past? It did take some stream breaks. I'll still continue with it. I want to grow and more and learn about myself. But maybe not every week. That's fair. Yeah. Well, that's so cool. You want to share what progress you made and sort of from what you recovered? Maybe it can inspire some people or give hope that they're going to be able to do it as well. Yeah, I see that. I mean, after all, a name is just sort of to make sure to clarify to who you're talking, right? It's a means of communication. After seeing my necklace. What necklace did I have? What? I don't know. You can send it in Discord if you want to. Recovered from depressive episodes and general. Yeah. Do you want to, like, I would be super interested to hear what you did in therapy, what helped you the most. Like, if you did, like, some sort of, like, special treatment for, like, anxiety disorder and what sort of, like, was, like, felt, like, really good to you and was more like, not my style. Aussies are especially lazy. Oh, okay, I'm checking this. Ooh, yeah, this. So you mean just this one, essentially? Yeah. I can only recommend such a necklace. It's like maybe a bit like further down actually, like the one you ordered. But yeah, it's like a staple. I use it so many times. I'm like such a. It looks good, Kevin. Looks good. Looks like a very nice necklace. It would be interesting to know if Aussies are actually like less interested, I guess, in or like I don't know, like if it's harder for them to pronounce names or something. That's why they like care less or something. Now it's getting like so much about the necklace. Yeah, it's just so the audiobook I've been starting and listening to. Um the author actually has a really interesting approach. Um you want a picture of the streaming? Oh, why? I mean now you already got your necklace, no? Or what? I feel so insecure. But so the audiobook I was listening to, um the author actually low-key starts with like um with the thesis that essentially like thinking and like actively thinking is the death of happiness. Um what, Gabby? Like let's you know let's take it a bit slow. Yeah. Generalizations are definitely not helpful. I do think that Indiana John didn't mean it like um, too confidently, if that makes sense. So sometimes people also use generalizations just to express a feeling, right? Yeah. I mean, isn't Rob actually just like a isn't that just like an English name, just like that? Do you think so, no? But yeah, true. Like it's usually from Robert, but hmm. Hmm. I don't find that like Rob means something else than Robert. Like apparently it is like just like generally commonly for Robert. So I don't know. I feel what you mean, Kuwabara. Yeah. That sounds really nice. Like, it's also a bit like what we talked about before, right? How like if you're like a smart person, you're very likely to be like very up in your head, like very intellectualizing your problems, rationalizing your problems. And then it's the emotional side which is missing. So I'm glad you were able to build that in therapy and are now going to be able to like sort of like take it from there. No. Yeah, Robin and Roberto I didn't even find. Like they're like all the Google results were literally like, oh, it's short form for Robert. Like it seems like it's a very common um like it's very common that it's the short form for Robert over Robin or some other names. But that's interesting. I mean, is Robert maybe like a very uncommon like name in Australia or something? And that's why it's just, love yapping to my therapist, so I do 90% of therapy just for myself. Oh my god, I had that too, right? Like the therapy was just like I was such a good match with my therapist. I really enjoyed the talks with each other. So when my therapy ended, I was like a bit heartbroken that I'm not gonna get to see my therapist anymore. No. Thank you, Gabby. Isn't this coming now? It's looking to be like a millennial name. Ah, I see. Or is there anything, Gabby, we can help you with? Like, how was your mental health last week? Is there anything you want to talk about? Because it seems like we're like mostly focusing on the on the subscribers or something. And I mean, after all, this is a mental health channel. It's not really important that everybody is subscribing to the YouTube or stuff like that. That's not gonna elevate the quality of this stream, right? The quality of the stream is gonna be elevated by us having really good talks and being vulnerable and open, talking about things which are important to us. All right, all right. No stress. So, what I was starting with was that I was listening to this audiobook, right? And the thesis of the book was essentially that there is like thoughts which come to our minds, and these thoughts, like we can't really do anything about it. They're like involuntarily, they just exist, they just come. Um, and then at some point, we think about these thoughts and we do like thinking and or overthinking, right? And then there's like just emotions. And he sort of tried to make the point that whenever we're like really, really happy, we usually don't think. Like we either have thoughts, but usually our mind is more blank and we just feel happy, we just do something and we just speak without having to think about every word. Like we just speak from our heart, if that makes sense. And that in moments where we feel bad about ourselves, where we feel stressed, where we feel depressed, maybe, then we're usually thinking a lot. And there's so many different thoughts in our head, and we're dissecting every thought. And yeah, and I feel like it's a really interesting thesis. And I'm not sure if it's like right or wrong, because it would definitely need a bit more like actual like statistics studies on this. If it's more like a yeah, like if it's actually like caused by this, or if it's just, just yeah, just correlation. Um but I do think it's interesting to see how maybe thinking is actually not helping us to be happy. And maybe dissecting something to find the best solution is actually not making it better. Because that's sort of what I had to think about when I was listening to this. I had to think about how when I try it, like sometimes there's stuff I want to buy myself. For example, let's say I'm buying like a new laptop. And at the beginning, I'm like so excited to buy myself a new laptop, and I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna be like so cool, whatever, or like a camera or whatever, really. Um, and then I think about it really hard, and I think about, okay, like which laptop would be better, and what power does it need, and like what needs to be like good, and what can be worse, and how much money do I have, and like all of these things. And like I try to optimize and like make the best um decision. And then all of a sudden I'm not really happy anymore. I'm not really that excited anymore to buy the laptop, but I'm just, you know, I'm just feeling more and more like there is not the specific thing I want out there. And it's like so hard to make a decision. And it just gets like harder and harder. And we actually like we had this with the camera, right? Like I want to get. It's like in the beginning it was like I just saw that camera at a friend, and like he was using it, and I saw the pictures he made with it, and I was so excited. I felt like, oh my god, I really want that camera. Like it just takes me back in school when I like was using the camera of my mom, and I really liked making pictures, and my pictures looked great as well. Um, and I was so excited about it. And then we started thinking about which camera is the best and how we can optimize it and what it needs and what it doesn't. And all of a sudden, I didn't feel like getting a camera at all anymore. Like I was like, this is like so much hassle, and there's apparently not like I don't really like I'm not that much into the topic that I know a lot about this. And there's so many different numbers, and it's so hard to find the right decision, and there's so much choice. And I'm not really sure like what qualities of the camera are like super important to me, what aren't, and what if I make a wrong decision? And I was like thinking and thinking and thinking. And then at some point, I was just like, you know what? I don't even want to think about this anymore. And then I just like put it on hold and didn't want a camera anymore. Like, I essentially, like, I didn't, like, I was happy before and excited, but I fought myself into not even wanting a camera anymore and being like, you know what? I don't want to think about this anymore. I don't care. And then at some point later, we like tried out some different cameras. And Zach bought one camera for me actually, and was like, okay, like try it. And it was a different camera than the one I've seen from my friend. Technically, it was a better camera, but I just like using it felt so weird, you know. And using it just felt like it didn't feel like the thing I was excited for. Like it felt like work and like, oh, I don't know how this like works, how to use this interface of the camera and stuff like this. And the pictures were like, but like I'm not like too excited. And um then at some point, I got to try the camera of my friend again. And that one just felt right. That was the point where I made the decision. I'm just gonna get that camera. Like it doesn't like all the thinking I did didn't help me make a better decision. Like all the thinking I did made it just so much harder to actually be happy about this. And that's why I could relate with one of the statements he made in this book of his of like, I fought myself into unhappiness so many times, but never once I fought myself to happiness. And I think that's all right. Like, I don't think I ever fought myself into happiness or was able to think myself into happiness. But so many times I was able to think myself into despair, essentially. And even with stuff where you feel like, oh, I really wanted this. And then the more I thought about it, the just worse it got. And I feel like that really goes to show how happiness is not really like a material or intellectual state, right? Because it doesn't matter if I get the best camera. I wasn't as happy if I would have gotten just the camera my friend had. Like I would have been happy with that one, not knowing if it's the best. Maybe not it being the best, you know. And then when Zach bought me a camera, which was actually like a better one, I wasn't happy with that one. It didn't feel the same. Like I wasn't able to feel that sort of happiness. And then we gave it back. And I feel like that's a really interesting thing to notice. Because once you notice that, it might be different how you treat yourself. Because sometimes we want to treat ourselves to something nice, right? Um, but then we mess it up by trying to make the perfect choice, thinking and thinking and thinking it to pieces. Instead of just being like, hey, I'm just gonna make myself happy in that moment. I'm just gonna do that, you know. So I'm gonna read through all your messages now. Yeah, cool about that same. I felt like the I don't know, like the pressure was a bit high in that moment. It's not all about like subscriptions or followers. That's actually kind of cute, Indiana John, with your name. So you weren't studying psychology in school, just on your own behalf, right? Yeah. I was studying game engineering. Ignorance is bliss, probably why we don't think when we're happy. I think happiness, because it's a feeling, it's just like we need to be connected to our feelings and just feel it. Um, and like our brain is meant to like make us survive. So I think it's something where like we can be like very smart, but we don't like, yeah, we should definitely check that we're not like disconnected from our feelings and not like are too much in our heads, if that makes sense. It's an academic paper. Oh, you mean like the story I just talked about with the thinking and thoughts and stuff? No, it's not an academic paper. It's a book, like an audiobook I was listening to. Thank you, Raquel. I got what you meant, Raquel. What's TS for? TeamSpeak. As far as I'm concerned, it's called TeamSpeak. It's sort of like Discord but different. I know it's being used by a lot of CS:GO people. I don't know if that's still the case. It was like used back then a lot. And then there's like TTS, so one T more, and that's text to speech. Imagine you just calling your child Tank or Thomas the Tank. And welcome, Deaf to Leopard. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, these like there's not one goal or thing we can achieve and then we're just gonna be happy forever. Like that's just not how humans are wired, right? Like there's this though so apparently allegedly there's a study and like Zach was reading a book and the study was mentioned there and then he told me about it. So this is my source, okay? Take it with a grain of salt. Um but from what I can remember, it's apparently that like any like really good or really bad experience, if it's one of those things where it's just over, like you don't have PTSD or something from it, like you go through it once and then it's over, and it doesn't impact your life anymore. Essentially, like your emotions to it will be like gone after 3 months. So if you win in a lottery, even for example, like after 3 months, it's gonna be like, yeah, like you've sort of like went through all those feelings towards that event. And that's crazy, right? Because it essentially means like whatever goal you set yourself, no matter how high it is, like like 3 months after you like finish that goal, like you're gonna be like in a neutral state of feelings again. Like you won't be like overwhelmingly happy. Like there's not like you won't even if you're a millionaire, even if you're a billionaire, like it doesn't really matter. Even if you get the dream house you wanted, like sort of like a couple months after, like your mental is going to be like neutral again, which means we have to find happiness in our daily lives. Like we can't just set everything on that like one goal in the future, but we need to find it like daily. Yeah. What book? Let me look.
Goals.
It's called Don't Believe Everything You Think, and yeah, international bestseller. Blah blah blah. It's from Joseph New Nyai. No, ooh, I can't. I can't. N- Nij- no, I don't know. Um, it's like I'm just gonna be honest. I think sometimes the book is like slightly black and white, sort of like proclaiming this like overall truth which just exists, and it's like, of course, completely right, and like he doesn't even need studies to prove it. It's like so right, you know? Like it's like sometimes I don't like how definitively it's phrased. That's the only thing I have with it. But I think in the end, like reading any sort of book is always nice because it just gives you more a bigger pool of information to take what you need from, and you don't need to take stuff you don't feel like applies to you. Um, but yeah, it's actually really nice because the audiobook is a free audiobook on YouTube. So definitely go check it out. Um, I'm gonna give you the link. Like I'm only halfway through, so I'm not like don't come at me when you don't like the book. Like it's just a book. Know my name. All right, I'm gonna note that down. I need to find the list. There it is. Apparently, PTSD is actually rare compared to trauma. Definitely. Like, there are so many people who go through like a traumatic experience in their life. Like, nearly everybody's going through a traumatic experience in their life. PTSD is like 3% of them or something gets it. Like, I had like a statistic in this in like uh when I was in therapy. Um let's see what the numbers were because I don't like properly know anymore. So apparently, the estimation is by World Health Organization that around like 3.9% of the world population has had post-traumatic stress disorder at some stage in their life. Um, And yeah, like most people are exposed to potentially traumatic events and do not develop PTSD. Um, yeah, but there's apparently like more women affected by PTSD than men. Um, and there's like effective treatments. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people with PTSD apparently don't seek out treatment. Yeah. PTSD rates are more than 3 times higher among people exposed to violent conflict or war. PTSD rates are especially high following sexual violence. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a licensed doctor or psychologist. I read a lot of books about this because I want to become a mental health coach or counselor, and um, I want to help people the best I can. I have a husband, yes. But this is thankfully also no partner looking side here. Could she find back? Yeah, you Viking this I mean, I'm glad if you want to take part in the aim of this stream, which is mental health and connecting to each other, talking to each other um, about like more important things. We don't usually bother with um, questions about my relationship status. I'm not Northern Irish, no. I live in the Netherlands and I was born in Germany. So not coming from that area. So close to death to leopard. So Riz is here and Asta. You seem to connect really well about the topic of like chronic PTSD, right? So yeah, apparently, so this was like the study of like there's like an article of the World Health Organization, and it's from 27th May 2024, and yeah, it's estimated that 3.9% of the world population has had post-traumatic stress disorder at some stage in their life. There's not a special um, it doesn't say anything specifically about chronic PTSD. Um, you Viking, I would me feel more comfortable if you take part in the content of the stream here, because it's like I don't mind if somebody like compliments me once in a while, but if the only thing you focus on is my looks, then it's sort of disturbing the stream topic and environment, and sort of like, because this is really like about anything else than that, like it really doesn't matter. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Ham. How are you doing? How's your mental health? Yeah, that's true. Riz here, like it's definitely like the diagnosis can be like so different depending on where you get it done. I mean, it's fine if you know nothing about mental health, but if your only reason for being here is my looks, and this is also the only thing you provide us in chat with, it's just sort of disrupting the vibe of the stream, right? Okay. No, you're correct, Asta. He has been warned. So, like, like it's so weird, right? Because I would like to feel honored in that moment and be like, oh my God, somebody says I'm pretty. Like, I would like to be able to just take the compliment. But then it turns so weird, right? And it just like it takes away essentially from my content here. It takes away from what I say. And then I need to reject somebody making me a compliment because they are dismissing my character and my mission here in that moment. And that's personally, I think, a really sad experience because that means that the next time somebody's making me a compliment, right, I'm gonna be a bit more worried that I shouldn't be like too happy about it because otherwise they like are just gonna make me compliments and then like they're gonna take away from the content here. But it's so stupid, right? Because I should be able to just be happy, right? Like somebody says I look pretty, like I just want to be happy about it. I don't want to have to worry about if they are like objectifying and sexualizing me in that moment and can't connect with me on any level apart from my looks. Like that's really sad, I think. The snake? What is the snake? Wait. Thank you, Ari. Is there any news, by the way? No, I haven't read it yet. You want to send me your book recommendation because, I feel like there's more where this came from to Death to Leopard. Do you want to send me the book recommendations in the Discord channel we have? Because we have a Discord server and then we have a book recommendations channel in that Discord server. So I would like to get them there. You can also like literally just like copy and paste the message there. You don't need to put more effort in. Thank you, Shady. Call me Presto. Welcome, Presto. Don't let other people's attitude change the way you treat people or for you. I mean, for sure, right? Like, that's a thing you try. But it's also a thing where, like, everybody just tries to get by in this society, right? So it's a thing where just, like, it's really nice that I have you guys here. And then I have you guys also saying something to this and, like, trying to, like, help me and support me to deal with that person. Um, because, like, I don't know, like, I feel like if you're, like, alone in that situation with this thing, then you're just not entirely sure what's like why this is happening or who's wrong, right? Or like who should change. And then you just, I don't know, like having conflict and like telling somebody off and like rejecting somebody like this, banning somebody is a bit scary. You know? Like sometimes you get judged for this. Like some people tell you, like, oh, like you shouldn't have, and like he was just making a compliment and stuff like this, you know? Like I've heard all of these things. So it's just this like it takes some energy to do that. So it can be quite easy to fall into this pattern of like the next time just being a bit worried because you had this experience and it's it's on your mind, right? And that's really normal. But for sure I'm gonna try hard to give everybody a chance. But I'm just saying it's a very normal situation to be affected. No, Ari. I mean, again, right? Like if you like want to wait here or like when they come and like tell them like, can you like give us a call before you arrive or something? Um, you know, because if the building you live in right now is like actually sort of like a bomb situation and there's like no time at all, it's like, why not use the option? Yeah, it's like even multiple compliments can be really nice, right? It just has to be like not only these compliments, and also like sort of like emotionally intelligent way, right? Like if people are talking about like mental health and there's people are talking about their chronic PTSD, and then you're just like sort of stopping the conversation, like blurting out like, oh, you're like you're really sexy by the way, right? It's just a thing where like everybody's gonna look at you like you're a dipshit because you are dumb in that moment. Right? It's like you're completely not getting like the vibe of the situation. And everybody is just gonna be like taken so aback by this because they're just like, huh? Like what's happening with you? Like everybody here is in the same boat. Where are you? We're clearly not on the same boat. I mean, maybe. But it's your decision, Harry. Yours. I just think, you have the option. And what is the cost of it? Like, I don't know the cost you feel like, right? So to the light bulb thing, yeah. Unfortunately, he will find another person to buy. I mean, maybe he did get the explanation afterwards, right? Like only because they're banned. Like I think they still can watch the stream or something. No idea. But yeah. Are there any topics that here that are no-go zones? So with any topic, we do try. So first of all, like we do try to give trigger warnings, where possible. Um, and the thing is, it's we don't go too much into detail usually to just have other people be able to like connect without being too confronted with the experience, if that makes sense. Um, and usually that like works really well because it's like we can connect through like the emotions you experience. So we don't need like a proper picture of like what happened or whatever, and anything like what happened is usually like a personal interpretation of the events, right? So with what we usually lead is just the emotions, if that makes sense. Um, and uh, like apart from that, you always get a heads up. Like I won't like just ban people right away. Like I will sort of like let you know, and um, it's also like it depends on like who you are, right? So like, and not who you are in terms of like, oh, like if you're if you have like a purple name, I'm instantly gonna ban you. Goodbye, Indiana John. Um, but it's more of like if you've already taken part in the stream and you sort of like prove to me that you're not just a random troller, but you actually like you saw value in this and you took part in these discussions in like a normal regulated way, right? Then I'm gonna be like give you more of like a like because I've seen your commitment to the conversation, I'm gonna commit more to you. for the conversation, right? Does that make sense? Like, so I'm gonna like ask more in depth, like, hey, like this is something we need to take care of, or like you're going a bit too far in that direction, or whatever, you know. But so, for example, with like with the I don't even remember the name anymore, with the person I just banned, um, it's a thing where that person never proved to me that they actually see value in the stream or want to take part in the stream, right? Essentially, what they proved to me is that they're just like a troll because they just like they came in and they never did anything apart from this. So they were from minute one disrupting the stream. So then the like trust that the more effort I put in is gonna get something out is not really doesn't really make sense, right? Because they never proved to me that they see anything more in this than like their personal entertainment for any cost necessary. So now that you've already taken part in the stream and whatever, like you definitely gonna get like way more of like a chance than that person. Yeah. Thank you so much for the tier one sub, Riz is here. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the support. And I'm working on all kinds of admin, but we should definitely all get on a call later to come up with some clear plan. I mean, honestly, you can just come over, Harry. Like it's like I'm just gonna be like this. I'm just gonna be annoying like this. It's entirely up to you guys. Whatever you decide. If you want to stay here, that's entirely fine. If you want to stay here for 2 weeks, that's entirely fine. If you want to stay here for 2 days, that's entirely fine. If you don't want to stay here, that's entirely fine. If you want to stay here for 2 minutes, that's entirely fine. Like everything is fine. Like we're just gonna be there for you and we try to help you in any way we can. And however long you take our services into use is entirely fine. So, you know, just figure out what you like doing, what you feel comfortable with doing, how you feel the best, how we can support you the best, and then let us know. And I just swung in here dropping details. I apologize. I stand completely. It's, well, your details were still a thing where it's like, it's okay, right? So, for example, if you've been tortured and then dropping details, that can be a thing which is gonna like either re traumatize people or make other people feel really, really bad. If it's a thing about like how you get like certain visions about you crashing a car, that's a thing which is, let's say, normal enough that everybody of course sees that this is like a very very tough thing to go through yourself and be like confronted with the entire time, but at the same time it's a thing where like, you know, like it's a moderate level of detail. It's like fine. Like if you were to describe how like you have the vision of like this person and it's specifically like and bleeding out and so quadrupled and whatever, you know, like, and really going into detail there and being like all gory like that, you know, that's like too much. But that also isn't helping, right? Because it's usually about emotions, and then it's like some detail to sort of like support the situation you're going through. So for example, that you say like, I had like problems with my family because my dad was like always screaming or something, or I had problems with my family because we couldn't close any doors, and then like my mom would come in and scream at me and whatever. You know, like that's a thing where like it's on a moderate level to the point that like it's fine. You know, it's fine. Also, you want compliments to be unique. They are the best kind. Like in this being genuine too. You have great nails. Thank you. I actually put like a nail stick on today. It's only one because I didn't really put nail stickers on. I made dies and then I had 2 nail stickers left. And obviously I couldn't throw them away. So now I have 2 nail stickers and Klarlag, which is um, clear, like a clear code. Yeah. GG, Indiana John. Been nice knowing everyone. Peace out. Like, you know that meme where the person just fades? Yeah. You're a blessing to know. Don't be too cute. I don't want to cry on stream. Shut up. I've seen enough crying therapists to know my story isn't for everyone. No dumb danger from me. It's like, you know, it's just a way where, like, yeah, I'm like, it's just something where, like in the stream here, because it's like not a one-on-one session, right? Like, I would sort of hope that you find a therapist who doesn't cry at your story, because I feel like that's shouldn't be as hard. And I low-key feel like I could maybe get that done myself, like, sort of, but I don't want to get into that part. But uh, the thing is, because there's a stream, because like there's people lurking who don't say anything, right? Like there's like we have a bunch of people here where we don't know like who they are or what is okay for them and stuff like this. So we're in a group setting, so we're gonna keep it on a level where like most people can deal with it. And if then like one person specifically gets triggered by something, then it's also like it's still their responsibility to keep themselves safe, right? And like step away from the stream if it's too much. For example, like Asta sometimes can get like very angry, and then he just needs to step away from the stream. He does that, it's perfect. Then he comes back after a while. It's that's the way it works, right? Um, but we just go like we meet in the middle. That's yeah, we just meet in the middle. And meeting in the middle means like we can talk about our emotions towards this. We can like sort of describe the situation that everybody gets a grasp, I guess, or like an idea, right? But we don't make anything like too specific that it's yeah. Like we don't necessarily want people to get like new ideas in the head when if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Raka. And I spelled this wrong. Welcome to the stream. Again, I think. I think I already said that. Is there anything we can do for you? You seem like you need maybe some help to say something. I made therapist cry with my story when I felt even worse. I I'm so sorry you don't have this like therapy experiment or experience like have you now found a therapist after where that doesn't happen? Like I feel like for sure like if you've gone for like really like intense bullshit, you know, like you need a therapist who can stomach that, but I wish for you to find one. The clear coat makes the nails pop. Really? Like, I don't even I think it's insane that you really like these nails because I'm just like, they're like, it's just a clear coat. It's like, there's that, you know? Like, I have like really fancy nails actually. But like, I would really like to put them on, but then I never do. But I have like glue on nails, which are like this. Like they have like, do you see, like there's like a flower on top, and like here too. And like here's like a lucky bug thing and a flower. And then here's like a butterfly. Like I have really fancy nails. I just don't spend the time to put them. Hmm. Is there a therapist crying about regressing? I'm not like too into the therapy business, right? So maybe there's like a reason for it. But I'm also sort of like my personal gut feeling is like if my therapist would have cried, I would have felt really bad as well. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like yeah. There's something on my mind. You got a pretty good read on people. Very astute. What is astute, by the way? Can somebody explain to me? I was trying to think how to make what I was thinking more. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the compliment already, and I'm gonna understand the meaning later. There are some circumstances that the people can relate to trauma enough to genuinely understand it without being affected intensely, probably should not be working in human services. Fair, fair. And hi, corrupted. Welcome, welcome. I have to go work out. It's been great talking to you all. Later, day. See you in the next stream. Wabara. See ya. It was great having you here. Thank you for being vulnerable today. The detail. I like it, Indiana John. I will think of this. When I don't feel like I have the energy to like run some nails, I'm just gonna clear code. Yeah. I'm glad, Esther. I'm glad you found a therapist where you click with. For being damned corrupted? I mean, maybe from back then where you offered to like talk to people, or how is this weird now? Like the ladybug one. I think that's okay. Hmm. No, I understand. It's definitely a very challenging situation for therapists for sure. I would just, like hope that somebody can do it. Came in with the new detergent right a while back. Yeah, probably like 3 hours ago. Damn, still here. I'm glad. I see. I appreciate that. I think it's one of my qualities. Yeah. Well, I mean, advantage doesn't need to mean that you manipulate the situation and like make it like a disadvantage for others and an advantage to you, right? Like, I would argue that I do use it to my advantage because the goal I have here is to talk to you on a vulnerable level and you to be able to open up to me, to trust me, and then me being able to help you, right? So I would say I use it to my advantage. I would say as well that I also use it to your advantage because I make it easier for you guys to tell me things because I put extra effort into understanding you, if that makes sense. Or like understanding you on an emotional level without you having to explain every single detail or at least as little as possible. In German, apparently, astute means something entirely different. Like if that is the German like uh definition, it would be essentially translated to um smart like a fox, smart and smart. Like it doesn't include perceptive or insightful at all, I think actually. Thank you, Corrupted, for the 10 stream streak. Let's go. Yeah. You have very trusting aura. Thank you. That's cool. Oh, Fluffy is already gone. There is. Hmm, I don't wanna. I don't wanna out. Add supporting info to smart. All right. So the thing is, party people, um, I would like we're sort of like I would come to the end of the stream now, if that's okay for everybody. Um, because I just want to like take care of my health, and there's a cough going around and like a cold going around right now. Like so many of my friends have it. I don't have it yet. I want to make sure that it stays the same. And just knowing how much we talk, right? Uh, it's just important that I get enough like off time to like where I talk and where I can like because for me it always starts in my throat. So yeah. Would a crying therapist necessarily be all bad? They are feeling your emotions. There's some level of deep understanding there. Like apart from wanting to what you, they probably still have some. Like that's the thing though. Um, like a crying therapist can definitely be helpful, but only in certain situations, in my opinion. Like I think that a crying therapist, for example, you have some people who are denying that their story is bad, um, but which are open to if like which are sort of close to understanding how sad their story is. And when you then show emotions, they you like give them that like nudge to show their emotions as well. So you can essentially help them go that last step to open up through showing your own emotions. I think though, if a person has gone through something like really bad and specifically has that um, point where they feel unsafe based on the emotions of other people and where they feel like they have a responsibility for the emotions of other people, which is entire like very very common for kids with abusive parents, because then usually if you're like a bit smart, you're sort of like you understand how the emotional well-being of your parent has to do with your well-being, and then you try to be very very perceptive of the emotional world of your parent and try to help your like to help your parent stay in like a neutral emotional space, because you know if it goes down it's like really really bad for you. So in that moment, if your therapist shows negative emotion and is screaming, to me, like my personal opinion, that would feel to me unsafe, because even though they're crying, they're not emotionally balanced right now. They have negative emotions, and I would be scared that they're going to turn on me and make me be at fault for their negative emotions. So for me in that moment, it wouldn't be like, oh my God, they understand me. But it would be like, oh fuck, they have negative emotions and now I need to like my whole survival mechanism would go off essentially. and be like, okay, I need to calm them down. I can't say this again because this is way too high of a risk for me to take. Like, I can't put myself in that situation because it's unsafe. So if you come from that point, for me, it's very important that my therapist is able to burden whatever I tell him, is able to take that emotionally and be like see it, but also not become unsafe and not become like negatively emotionally influenced. Yeah, if that makes sense. If you have any questions, let me know. I shall save my question for the next stream. I will be glad to hear it. I'm really interested in your guys' questions. And this perceptiveness is bad. I kind of know the answer, but it's still a skill now. How do you mean this perceptiveness? In which regard? Thank you guys. I will take good care of me. Exactly. Like, I want to see empathy in my therapist, that he understands what happens to me. But I need to see that he's strong enough to handle it. Because I've come from this place where my, yeah, where there wasn't this case. And with my dad, for example, specifically, it was like the sort of coping mechanism once he understood that he hurt me was actually to turn on me, and either to make me like to guilt trip me or to gaslight me and emotionally abuse me, like in any way, shape, or form. But it's essentially like once he wasn't able to take it anymore, it was shittier for me than before. So that's how I learned that actually like not saying and not telling him stuff is better for me, because if it's actually bad and he's going to feel bad, this is then I need to take care of him too, apart from only having to take care of myself. Yeah. And this perceptiveness is bad. This perceptiveness is not bad. It's a survival skill. The perceptiveness of regulating the emotions of people around you, in this case the parents, is a survival skill. And some people might have actually lived just because of that skill or survived better. There's definitely parents who kill their kids because this doesn't happen. So this is a survival skill which happens for good reason. Like it very much makes sense. The only thing is, once you come out of that survival situation, you like it's not like it's free, you know? It's a skill which takes sacrificing yourself. But it's still like you wouldn't, you know, it's like it's like if somebody is trying to murder you, if you have to sacrifice your hand for it, you will do it. Like you won't think about it, you know? Like it's worth sacrificing your hand for it. But if you later on in life would like sacrifice your hand because like you know, like a friend is like it's like, "Oh no, sorry," right? And you would instantly sacrifice your hand, that doesn't make sense anymore. And you don't have that many hands to sacrifice. Like it takes a lot. It takes a lot. It's not free. So it's just a situation where like this perceptiveness, like as a kid it makes entirely sense why you got it. As an adult it will take too much from you, and you're safe enough. Usually we're safe enough as adults that you don't need that skill anymore and that you cling to it because it helped you survive. But it's not necessary anymore. You're not still in the war, right? But this is a thing you need to learn. Like, it takes learning to let go of this. It takes trust to let go of, right? So this is why it's like, it would be for me in that situation, it would be important that my therapist is not showing these emotions, because they can't expect me to make that progress right in that moment. Like, in that moment before I've made that progress, I'm still fucking scared. This is still my survival mechanism, and I will still act based on that survival mechanism. So they can only sort of like do that later on when I'm able to do that step. But in that moment, it's not the right thing for me as a patient. It's entirely fine if you're in a friendship, because you can't expect your friend to give you that sort of service. Like, they're also just a human, you know. But if you're at a therapist, like, you pay them, they're specifically trained for this, and they don't have like a personal attachment to you. Some therapists can do this, some can't. But I feel like I would prefer a therapist telling me that they can't, over signing up for that case and then not being able to be there for me in that moment in a proper way where I feel safe. Because that's the job they have, right? They need to make the patient feel safe. And then they can open up, trust them, and then the process can start, you know? So, yeah. Because exactly, like, recognizing the true emotions doesn't mean that this is going to be the effect it has on the other person, right? This is why I say, like, when like you were in a situation where, you know, you just like, you have, for example, a person in denial. Like, they're just in denial, they're just like, they don't want to see it, you know, but they need to see it to make progress. Like, then you can sort of like help them feel these emotions and help to break through that denial. But usually, like, kids with that sort of coping mechanism, they're not really denying. They know they're scared, and they know this is sad, but they have learned that they can't make other people sad or scared or angry or anything, really. It's a different kind of situation. Anyways, I hope I was able to clear that up. And thank you for the follow, Amok, and welcome, welcome. We're sadly just like on the way essentially to go offline. Yeah, exactly, Asta. But it's like, it's things like, it's a survival mechanism you can change. It's a coping skill you can change. It just takes a lot of time and effort, for sure. But you can definitely change. Lauren, welcome, welcome. Um, so, so I was low-key getting stressed because I wanted to wrap up the stream, but still answer the question. I'm so stupid. Anyways. Oh, I was so like, I should have just made the decision of like, I'm just gonna take the time. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna like explain this, and then we're gonna go offline. But instead, I just wanted to do both things and didn't make a decision. Like, I just applied stress for like no reason. Yeah, I'm still a person that regulates other people's emotions, which work just fine when the people you're with are trustworthy, but especially fails for those you can't trust. I mean, that, but also it can just fail because it's a lot of energy. And at the same time, you're not meant to regulate other people's emotions. Like, they should be able to do it themselves. Like, you can, like, it should never turn into a thing of dependency. Like, it can, like, if you're one of those people who you're the person who's regulating other people's emotions, if you find somebody who's dependent on this because they can't do it themselves, it's going to turn toxic no matter what. Um, because then it's like a dependency, and you feel that dependency, and you want to be there for the person, but it's just like too much. So you should technically, like, even if it's a skill you have, you should find people who are independent, and then like you can do it if you like feel the capacity, if you feel up for it, but you don't have to do it. I love that emote. I don't know. Yeah, sorry guys. I don't mean that serious. Like I'm not like actually bullying myself in that moment. I'm way more how do you say that? I use it to describe mental states, if that makes sense. Like um I don't even mean that I'm like not smart in that moment. But when I say I'm stupid, I mean like I'm making like a stupid decision right now. So, like, I'm being stupid. Like, yeah, this is actually what I mean. Like, I'm being stupid. I'm not stupid. Like, but I just say that stuff because it's like English is not my first language. I say what comes to mind. Girl, don't make me go into therapist mode. I would love to see you in therapist mode, actually, corrupted. It's like for me, because probably because I'm neurodivergent, like I can help myself better when I put myself in a box, if that makes sense. So I will switch that box in a second, no matter what. Like I'm not gonna be like stuck in a box, but it's easier to like find the right answer to my behavior, if that makes sense. If I'm able to like sort it in a box. So the like I'm being stupid box is the of like like make a decision, like make it like think about it, make it like just be decisive. Like don't do this like dilly dally thing. Yeah. I just finished university yet. I still feel like I'm a bit awful. Or like awful? You actually mean awful? Thank you, Asta. I appreciate it. I'm so tired. Give yourself some grace, love. You're preggy. Your body's doing a lot for you. Try try to treat yourself with love. You're being really strong. I'm sat drinking tea while working. Nice. I also hope you will get some nice snacks for yourself and treat yourself because you're doing something really amazing right now. You know? Like, if we have a hard time in our lives, we can be nice to ourselves in that hard time. Like, when I was like renovating the apartment here, and it was a shitload of work. Oh my god. It was crazy. And I essentially had to do like so much on my own, right? Because Zach had to work. So like I was here from morning till evening, till in middle of the night working. And Zach would come at like 6 p.m. and then like work also till the middle of the night with me here. I was walking so much and I did like no fitness before. My fitness level was so shit, but I still had to do all of these things, right? And it was such a hassle. Oh my god. But I celebrated myself doing that. I got myself nice food, nice drinks, nice snacks, nice music, everything which was in my control. I tried to do in my favor because I was enduring a lot. And I was proud of myself for enduring a lot. And in that moment, just treating myself with, I deserve a lot of like good things right now because there's a lot of like things I'm enduring right now and I'm doing right now, helped me to recharge and rest. So then I was able to keep going for, yeah, like 1 or 2 months it took to like actually like be here and have everything in the apartment. So if there's anything you can control, give yourself some, like, be proud and enjoy yourself. I hope it's gonna go well, Asta. I really hope it's gonna go well. So, anyways, we're about to go offline. So, what we're doing right now is gonna be belly breathing or diaphragmatic breathing. It's essentially an exercise which is really great for anxiety, also sometimes for depression or overthinking. But it's just, if you ever feel stressed, it's a really good anxiety to calm down. It's a really good exercise to calm down. um, it's the way you do it is you have one hand on your belly, you have one hand on your chest, and you try to breathe differently than normal. You don't try to breathe in here, which we usually do, which is like, like raise your chest and, like that's not what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is breathe in our belly. So the hand which is on our belly, try to push it out with like breathing into our belly. And then we breathe in as deep as we can hold our breath for a bit, and then we breathe out. We like push our lips together a little bit so that we have like some resistance. We slowly breathe out all the way, and then we just go again. And the way you do this, if you actually want to make sure you calm down all the way, is you try to make 10 breaths. And every time your mind wanders, every time you can't remember the number anymore, you just go back to 1 and start again. And that way you make sure once you actually arrive at 10, your mind is so focused that you can like handle whatever is there. And so you can sit on the edge of your chair. You can sit leaning against the chair. It doesn't really matter. I like going with some sort of like faster breaths out of just like trying to let everything go, like getting my shoulders down and everything, just trying to relieve any tension. And then start with the exercise. It's also a really good exercise to feel in with your body, feel what you need, feel that you might need to drink something, might need to eat something, that you might need to air out your apartment or move, maybe go outside for a walk, that you might not want to be in front of the PC anymore at all, but meet with friends, read a book, or just be alone. It's a really good exercise to calm down, check in with yourself, see what's going on, and what you can do for yourself to feel better. What if you like that stale air smell? Well, you don't need to air out your apartment. Can't sleep at the moment. Well, belly breathing is really easy, right? You just put one hand on your belly, you put one hand on your chest. You try to breathe in through your nose and try to push the hand of your belly, like on your belly, away and keep the hand of your chest position because you don't breathe like this, but you breathe into your belly instead. And then when you breathe out, you push your lips together a bit and just breathe all the way out. You can hold your breath a second, like while you're doing it. And then you try to count to 10. And whenever your mind wanders, whenever you don't remember the number anymore, just start from zero again. And you can try to see, like, how does your feet feel? How do your legs feel? How does your stomach feel? How does your chest feel? How do your hands and arms feel? How do your eyes feel? Your mouth? Can help a lot. And the other thing we do is we stretch, because stretching is really good. We've been sitting for a while, and as we all know, sitting is really unhealthy for our bodies. So stretching can be nice. You don't need to do what I do. You can just do any stretches which feel good. If they don't feel good, just stop them. Try something. While doing this exercise, it just got me thinking. And a walk with some fresh air is probably what I need. Enjoy a weekend, create and chat. So can I ask that to be my virtual Valentine? For sure. And go for a walk. I'm glad you noticed, and I think you should be proud of yourself for noticing that. It's a great step to notice what you need and be actually able to prioritize that and go out and do. A walk in nature can be really grounding, really amazing to, you know, get like keep track of the thoughts and just sort of like sort them away and stop overthinking and be like become a part with nature again and become in like touch with nature again. And how silly that sounds, it can really feel great to just feel like I'm just here on this planet and it doesn't even really matter. Like I'm just a small part. There's all birds chirping, and they don't even mind me. I just walk through here and chirp. There's all this green nature, just watching the world move and keep turning, can give you a feeling of safety, of knowing the sun is gonna go up again, gonna go down again, gonna go up again. Can be very nice. And then the last part of the stream, and whoever has been here before knows what we're gonna do. But the last part of the stream is always All Stars. And All Stars is essentially just a recollection of the stream with all our favorite moments. So everybody is just sort of sharing their favorite moment of the stream. It can be either something I said, something somebody else said, something they shared. It can be a sort of general vibe and mood. It can be like a very specific thing, but just the thing they enjoyed most and they look fondest upon when thinking back on the stream. And yeah, that's usually what we end with. Um, because it's just really nice to have this like bonding moment over over yeah, what we shared here today. So does anybody have an all-star moment, like a favorite moment they appreciated most in the stream today? How do you mean, Ari? It's like you just enjoyed it from the start to the finish. Particularly the 5 hours and 15 minutes of the stream. I don't understand. Like, is that what you meant to say, or is that just my interpretation here? It was just nice to be here. The vibes are. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. The belly breathing was nice. It really is, right? Yeah, I like it too. It's something where, like, every time I do it, I feel like, oh, I should do this more often. And then I only do it after the next stream. I mean, to be fair, I do actually do like I guess, like scaled down version, or like how you could say that, like an easier version or a softer version of it. Whenever I'm like stressed or something, then I'm just doing like really deep breaths, trying to calm myself down. And it's really nice. It works really well. I can only recommend. For now, saying you're really a blessing to know. Really sweet of you. That was really nice. I will keep that in my heart. Yeah. I love that it's safe space here. I'm glad. I'm glad I can make this a safe space for you. You missed out too. I mean, after all, you can still watch the VOD if you want to, and just like then like go back a bit, do the belly braving with us if you want to. Thanks for being here for us. Oh, don't worry, guys. Of course. Like how you actually care and add insight to one's advantage and being good can be for good and not evil. It's something I enjoy. I'm glad to hear that. What else was your book recommendations and support and chill vibes and banishing the purple names? Yeah, like watch out, Indiana John. You better change that name color. Oh, it would be so funny to just be like every purple name just get banned. Like you get one warning, and if people just don't change their name color, they just get banned. Or like everybody needs to have the same name color. Oh my god, you would fuck me up so bad with that. Like I'm like because I'm a visual sort of remembering person, right? I told you. I like for a lot of the time I don't remember your guys' names, but I remember the length of the name and then the color of the icons and the color of your name. And this is how I sort of link you again. And also your speech patterns. Like this is how I remember you. Um and so at some point a viewer changed their like the color of their name. I was so lost. It was not even funny. Like imagine all of you would just go purple. I would be so lost. I would be so lost. It's horrible. Also, wow. Can I just gas you a little? Thank you. I really like the, like, it's like really ploofsy. Like, technically I had to wash my hair today, but then I really didn't feel like it. And it's nice, right? Yeah. I like it. Next stream title should be Don't Join if you have a purple name. Yeah. All purples will be banned. Well, 11 now, we're not purple. For sure. I wouldn't get if anybody me got banned until I won't see a person for a long time and wonder why I can't get in. Don't worry. You don't have a proper name. So, you know. My yellow green color defines me. Exactly. I don't see Pablo, mine is grey. A nice bun, really. It's not even a bun, that's the best part. It's like super easy because it's like a, like, do you see it? Like it's a, how do you say that? Like it's a, you know, like that thing, like the fork thing for like hair, when you have like four forks and then they. Exactly. So like the fork thing for your hair, and then you just like, so I put that on, and then I like wrap my head like hair around like this. So I make like a ponytail first, and then I grab the thing, I open it, I put the hair like up and through and like under, and then it's like some left, and then I like put it to the back, and that's why it has like this sort of like volume and stuff. Hair clip. Yeah. Smart people call it hair clip, but it's clearly a hair fork thing. Obviously. Yeah, it's a fork thing. Like, come on. Nod. Okay. Okay, great. Yeah. I'm red-green color blind. That affects purple too. Oh, fair. Okay. I did notice that when I changed my color once before, one of my streamer friends was blind to me for a bit and pointed that out. Oh my god. Yeah, see? It's not just me. We will, from now on, I want everybody to call it the fork thing, okay? Like, if somebody says, like, sort of the proper name for this, like, insta-ban. Insta-ban. It's a fork thing. Alright, guys. So, let me... it's... check. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna go there. Yes, that should know. Okay. I'm gonna rate you. Yes, that's correct. I will fight for Fork Thing IRL. Thank you, too. That could teach me in German what means friend. In German, friend means Freund. I'm gonna send you the word. I'm gonna start the raid first because we're gonna go to Q Buddy TV. Invalid. What? Well, that was a name. Can you like not like eh? Oh, I'm stupid. I just made the worst typo. I just oh man. Anyways. So I have a Discord channel. I have a YouTube channel where you find all the VODs of the streams. I also have a shop if you ever want to support me or want to buy my mental health merch I have to like spread the message. And I think this is honestly all of the important stuff. The word friend in German is written like this and is pronounced Freund. 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 Du bist mein Freund, ich bin mein Freund und ich habe viele Freunde. Exactly. So they're like, if you want to have like multiple friends, then it's like Freunde. So one friend, like, ich habe einen Freund, ich habe viele Freunde. Ich bin einfach der krasseste Freund. Ja, du bist mein Freund means you are my friend. Ich bin dein Freund means I'm your friend. Du bist der krasseste Freund. Freund. Du bist der krasseste Freund means you're the best. Like a form of best friend. You're the best friend, essentially, but like not best, but you know. How do you say girl? Mädchen. Oder Frau. But yeah, it depends if you talk to